Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Brenda. I sign up for the dating app on a Tuesday right after midnight because I don't have anything better to do, halfway through a bag of mini marshmallows and a mental breakdown. In my defense, I thought I was signing up for research, not romance. Also, I'm too caffeinated. I've had 3 cups of overly sweet coffee in 4 hours. Also, in my defense, the marshmallows were expired, so if I die, it won't be from heartbreak. It'll be from sugar poisoning and professional desperation. The app is called Eve, which is probably short for something douchey like Emotion Validation Engine or Eternal Valentine Experiment, I don't know. The branding screams tech bro trying to sell intimacy, which offends me both as a woman and as a writer. But I need this, not the love. God, no. I need the content. My agent has stopped returning my calls. My publisher just emailed a breezy, "Hope you're doing well," which is publishing code for "We're about to drop your ass." And my word count for the romance novel I was supposed to turn in 2 months ago? Currently sitting at Chapter 1, Love is Trash, the end. So yeah, I need material, chaos, something stupid to spark my creativity, something ridiculous like, "Congratulations," the app says in a silky voice as I hit submit application. "You've been approved for Eve's exclusive closed beta." Wait, already? I frown at the screen, licking powdered sugar off my thumb. That was fast, suspiciously fast. Like the AI took one look at my heartbreak-saturated soul and said, "Yep, she's ripe for algorithmic reprogramming." I lean back in my chair, staring at the welcome screen. It's minimalist. Black background, white text, probably designed by someone who thinks emotions are inefficient, which, according to their very icy-looking CEO, they are. Ugh. Him, Joshua Graves, founder of Eve Corp, tech billionaire, emotionally unavailable in a way that's almost performative, the kind of man who would attend a funeral and ask for a performance review on the eulogy. I once trashed his entire philosophy in an interview, called his dating app an emotionless spreadsheet and lipstick, and now I'm giving him access to my romantic history? Kill me. But desperation is louder than pride. And more importantly, this isn't about love. It's about inspiration. My plan is simple. Go on terrible algorithm-generated dates. Write hilariously scathing blog posts about them. Go viral. Finish my damn book. Profit. I log into the dashboard and skim the user agreement. Eve uses predictive behavioral data to simulate optimal romantic matches. Translation: we spy on your habits and throw you at someone with a complementary trauma profile. I skip the rest. I've been on enough apps to know how this ends, with me holding a cocktail, nodding through a guy's TED Talk about Bitcoin while fantasizing about homicide. My phone dings. Match found. Meet Daniel. Sunset Cafe. 7 p.m. Jesus, that's tomorrow. Perfect. I have time to practice my fake optimism and find my lucky "I swear I'm not crazy" lipstick. The Sunset Cafe is trying to be romantic, but ends up looking like an IKEA ad that took a turn. Everything is beige and quiet and filled with couples who look like they haven't laughed in 6 years. Daniel is already seated when I arrive, and he's Well, he's definitely wearing a turtleneck. A full-on charcoal gray Steve Jobs moment, like he's ready to pitch his startup and also emotionally neglect me for 3 years. He stands to greet me. "Brenda?" I smile. "That's me." He smiles back. "You're prettier than your profile photo." "Oh, thanks." "You're exactly as filtered as yours." He laughs, but it doesn't reach his eyes. Red flag number 1. We sit. He orders for me without asking. Red flag number 2. He starts the conversation by listing every one of his ex-girlfriends in chronological order. Red flag numbers 3 through 75, somewhere between Veronica left because I was too emotionally mature and she doesn't like my puppet, and Karen didn't understand my needs as a Pisces. I text my best friend under the table. Me. Kill me or call me. Fake emergency, anything. Lana. Haha. No. Suffer for art. I glare at the screen. Daniel pauses his monologue. Are you texting your therapist? I blink. No, why would you think? I just think mental health is really important, especially for someone who writes about, feelings. So he has Googled me. That's not creepy at all. I grin tightly. I don't just write about feelings. I weaponize them. He laughs nervously. That's funny. Wasn't a joke. The date ends with a limp handshake and him saying, "We should do this again." I say sure, and mentally delete his number before I've even stood up. Back home, I throw off my heels, grab a glass of wine, and open my laptop. Blog post. Title, Date 1. Turtlenecks and Emotional Trauma, a Love Story. As I write, something wild happens. I smile, real actual joy. Like I just tasted good cheese or remembered my therapist's Wi-Fi password. For the first time in months, I feel something click. Not in my heart, not in my ovaries, but in my soul. This isn't a love story, it's a war, and I'm about to win. What I don't know yet, what I can't possibly know, is that the icy CEO of this entire operation is watching my profile right now, reading my messages, analyzing my smile, and already rewriting my next match.
Chapter 2. Joshua. There's a tremor in the algorithm. It's not visible to the average eye, certainly not to the masses blindly swiping left on love like it's a clearance rack at a department store. But to me, it's obvious. The curve is off. The data isn't curving where it should. At 1:13 a.m., I stare at the monitor in my home office. I'm not supposed to be here. Technically, the system is in self-learning mode overnight, recalibrating emotional response triggers based on aggregated date data. It doesn't need me. It's designed to not need me. But here I am, still in my tailored shirt sleeves, rolled precisely at the elbows, still sipping black coffee that's gone cold in the hour since I last remembered it existed, and still staring at the heat map that is glowing. Specifically, the node marked User 4279, alias Honeylit 89, real name Brenda Carter. The moment I saw her application, I knew I wasn't going to follow protocol. She hadn't used her real name, which immediately flagged the profile for auto-rejection. But the photo, slightly blurred, half in shadow, with a lipstick-stained wine glass visible in the corner, was hauntingly familiar. It was a scene from her Instagram. I recognized the color palette. I remembered the caption. I write love like it's a battlefield and drink wine like I've already lost. The irony isn't lost on me. Brenda Carter, best-selling author, modern-day bard of unrealistic expectations. The same woman who went on national television last year and called dating algorithms emotionally abusive spreadsheets in stilettos. I've been researching about her since I saw that interview. She's a minefield of knowledge. I've watched her interviews quite a few times, and I even read her books for research purposes. And now she's in my system. I should have removed her. It would have been ethical, logical. But logic has never once felt like this sharp and clumsy at the same time, like a scalpel held by a trembling hand. Instead, I did the opposite. I approved her application manually, masked her identity, and slipped her into the closed beta under observation parameters no one else knows about. I told myself it was because she posed a threat if she decided to write a think piece about our app. It could derail everything before launch. What I didn't admit, not even to myself, was that I wanted to watch her. I wanted to see what love looked like when experienced by someone who made a living pretending it existed. And now I can't stop watching. The next day, on the screen in front of me, I pull up her first date report. Daniel Markson, age 32, Enneagram Type 2, enrolled in Beta Group B. His traits were balanced against Brenda's to maximize dissonance with faint compatibility. A control variable in human form. He was a test. The results are exquisite. Brenda's match feedback is marked cathartic. She submitted a qualitative survey with lines like, "I have met tax audits with more emotional generosity than this man," and, "If personality were a dessert, he'd be beige gelatin." I should delete it from the database. The dev team would frown on sentimentality entering a metric pool, but I don't delete it. Instead, I open a second window and find her blog, The Love Experiment. The post is already climbing across aggregator platforms, being shared with hashtags like #datastrophe and #lovealgorithmfail. The writing is sharp, sarcastic, painfully honest. I catch myself smirking at one line. I thought the turtleneck would be the worst part. I was wrong. He ordered my food without asking. I run a hand through my hair. I can almost hear her voice in my head. Animated. Irreverent. The complete antithesis of my controlled, calibrated world. She's dangerous, not because she's popular, not because she's clever, because her emotional resonance scores off the charts, and the algorithm keeps misfiring every time she logs in. Because the system, which is my system, can't predict her reactions the way it should. And because when I read her blog, I don't feel vindicated or amused. I feel something unfamiliar, uncomfortable, human. I close the blog tab and reopen her user file. She has 2 more dates lined up this week. One with a pediatric surgeon, the other with a user flagged for ethical over-reporting another control. I should let the experiment play out. But I don't want to. I want to modify the matches. I remove the pediatric surgeon, who has excellent empathy metrics. I override the system, insert a date I can control, someone who won't make her feel seen. And I think that would be me. The thought lingers like an open tab I'm too afraid to close. I stare at her compatibility score with me. It was never meant to run. No one is supposed to match with the system admin. It's protocol. But the system ran it anyway. It had to reconcile all variables. Our compatibility rating? 98.7%. Statistically improbable. Almost perfect. I've designed this algorithm to spot outliers. And Brenda Carter is an outlier in every sense. Wild, passionate, infuriatingly unpredictable. And now, completely inside my walls, it's only a matter of time before she notices. I lean back, stretching until my spine cracks. The glow of the screens catches the simple tattoo behind my right ear, just an equation. Now irrelevant. Emotion is not a variable I can predict. But for the first time, I wonder if maybe I don't want to. I hover over the keyboard and override her next match. Match confirmed. Brenda plus Joshua. The screen flickers in acknowledgement. Somewhere, Brenda Carter will receive a notification. I'm looking forward to it.
Chapter 3. Brenda. The notification comes while I'm mid-muffin, which feels like a personal attack. I'm standing in my kitchen wearing a robe that used to belong to my grandmother. It's paisley, dramatic, and at least 3 sizes too big, which makes it perfect for writing and emotionally spiraling. The only other thing I have on is a pair of thick, fuzzy socks that say, Romance Writer, powered by chaos across the ankles. My hair's in a pineapple puff. My mascara is somewhere in the distant memory of last night. I am the physical embodiment of not ready for company. My phone buzzes on the counter with the seductive whisper of bad decisions waiting to happen. Match found, Joshua Graves. I choke on blueberry and nearly drop my muffin. At first, I think it's a mistake, a glitch. Maybe the AI confused me with someone else, someone less likely to scream profanity at a laptop when Netflix asks, "Are you still watching?" But no, the profile's there, plain as day. His full name, photo, occupation, Joshua Graves, CEO of Eve Corp. My jaw drops, muffin still frozen halfway to my mouth. You've got to be kidding me. This is the man who designed the app. The man who probably has a USB port in place of a heart. The man who once said in an interview that romantic love is the emotional equivalent of a software crash. This man is my match. I set the muffin down like it personally betrayed me and stare at the screen. It feels like the universe is playing a very specific joke, and the punchline is me. I click his profile. The photo is almost offensively attractive. Sharp suit, steel gray eyes that look like they could assess your deepest insecurities with a single glance, and a mouth that doesn't smile so much as it tolerates the existence of joy. If my last date looked like a target model for emotionally damaged dad energy, this man is straight out of an HBO prestige drama, rich, cold, and emotionally constipated. And somehow, I matched with him. I read the app's description of our compatibility score. 98.7%, near perfect. My brain tries to rationalize that. I've never been 98.7% compatible with anyone, not even myself. There's no way this is organic. I've been on enough bad dates to smell manipulation from a mile away, and this reeks of someone pulling strings. No algorithm would spit out Joshua Graves unless it was having an identity crisis. Something's off. Either the app glitched or someone decided to screw with me. My gut tightens. A memory flickers. An old article I wrote titled, "Why Eve Will Never Understand Love." I remember the pull quote that went viral on Twitter for a hot minute. The problem with dating algorithms is that they don't account for magic. They reduce attraction to math and forget the chaos of hearts. It was petty, brutally honest, and probably on a whiteboard in the Eve Corp break room titled "Enemies of the Algorithm." I chew my lip and pace the kitchen. The coffee machine sputters behind me, but I ignore it. I'm too busy spiraling, because if this is a glitch, I need to exploit it. And if it's not a glitch, if he did this on purpose, then I need to know why, and write about it. The love experiment has taken off more than I expected. Every post gets comments now. Strangers telling me I'm brave, hilarious, doomed. Some are shipping me with detached too, the pediatric surgeon. One very aggressive commenter said, "I have a real Mr. Darcy arc coming, and honestly she might be right, but no one saw this coming, not even me." I stare at Joshua's profile again. There's a button that says "Send a message." I don't press it. Instead, I open my laptop and start typing. Blog post, title, date 2 is a billionaire and I think I'm being punked. Excerpt. So there I was, wearing nothing but an anxiety robe and leftover eyeliner, eating a muffin that should have been safe from emotional trauma, when I got a match notification that nearly gave me a sugar-induced stroke. The man? None other than the CEO of this whole dating circus. Yes, really, Mr. Stone-Faced Tech Daddy himself. I write for 45 minutes straight, fueled by equal parts caffeine and righteous indignation. Every sentence sharpens my focus. I'm not just writing a blog post, I'm writing a manifesto. A journalistic declaration of war against whatever nerdy overlord is trying to play Cupid with a calculator. When I hit post, I feel lighter. Until the phone rings, blocked number. I stare at it. I don't answer. Whoever it is, they'll try again. Instead, I open the app and click schedule date. If Joshua Graves wants to play this game, fine. Let's see how he handles me in person. Let's see if the man who built a world where love is ones and zeros is ready for the mess of someone who believes in fairy tales and happy endings, even if she hasn't had one herself in a long time. Game on, algorithm boy. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 4. Joshua. I arrive early. Of course I do. Efficiency is a habit, not a virtue. I've never once been late to anything in my life. Funerals, depositions, board meetings. If a clock exists, I respect it. It's the one constant in a world where human behavior is anything but. The restaurant I chose, Velvet Finch, is dimly lit, quiet, private. The kind of place where high-net-worth individuals sip wine aged longer than most marriages. My table is in the back, near a frosted glass wall that distorts the rest of the world into a blur of shadows and low conversation. I prefer it that way. Noise makes people messy. Tonight, I'm dressed precisely. Dark navy suit, pressed collar, no tie, cufflinks chosen with intentional apathy, enough to say I care, but not enough to look like I'm trying. I'm not trying. At least, that's the lie I'm telling myself. In truth, I've been rehearsing this moment in my head since I matched her. It's irrational, which irritates me deeply. But I keep circling the same question, like an algorithm caught in an infinite loop. What does one say to a woman who has already declared public war against your worldview? Brenda Carter's blog post has already reached 500,000 views. My legal team wanted me to pull the match, blacklist her account, release a statement. My CTO suggested we bury her in NDAs before she does more damage. I said no, because despite the volatility, despite the threat she poses to everything I've built, I don't want to disengage, I want to observe. And though I won't say this aloud, I want to know what she'll say to me, face to face, when she can't hide behind witticisms and WordPress. She arrives 11 minutes late. I clock it because of course I do. I also clock that she isn't wearing makeup. Her curls are piled in a loose updo that looks like it was done in a hurry, yet somehow frames her face like a painting. She's wearing boots that look like they've walked through stories and a leather jacket that doesn't belong in this restaurant, but fits her perfectly. She is color and motion in a world that favors grayscale and stillness. She is chaos. And I feel it immediately, like static in the air. She spots me before I can stand and walks over, one eyebrow raised, a smile that's more challenge than greeting. "Joshua Graves," she says, like she's already tired of me. "Brenda Carter," I reply, standing out of formality, offering a hand I know she won't shake. She doesn't. Instead, she shrugs out of her jacket and slides into the chair across from me like she owns the room. And maybe she does. "I almost didn't come," she says, picking up the menu but not looking at it. "I thought it might be some elaborate blackmail setup." "Disappointed?" She sets the menu down. "Undecided. Depends on whether you're about to offer me wine or a non-disclosure agreement." "Neither, but I am curious." "That makes two of us," she says, folding her arms. "Why did your precious AI match me with you? Or wait, don't tell me. Let me guess. It was a glitch. Or fate." Or some romantic little bug that said, "What the hell, let's pair the Ice King with the emotionally exhausted author." I pause. "You don't believe in fate?" She blinks. "Excuse me. I read your interviews. You say you believe in love, but not fate. You think love is a choice, not a cosmic accident." Her lips part slightly. She wasn't expecting that. She recovers quickly. "So you cyberstalked me." "I researched a high-profile user who submitted an application under a false identity. Legally, that makes you a data anomaly. Ethically," she interrupts, voice sharp and low, "you shouldn't be dating anyone in your own test group." There it is, the challenge. I could deny it. I could hide behind legalese and jargon, but something in me resists that path. I lean forward just enough to narrow the space between us. "This isn't a date," I say calmly. "This is research." She laughs. It's not warm. "Oh, you're one of those. I'm not attracted to you. I'm just fascinated by your emotional instability type." I don't answer, because she's not wrong. I am fascinated by her. But not because she's unstable. Because she's unpredictable. Because everything about her defies the logic I spent a decade perfecting. And because even now, as she glares at me like she's mentally crafting a murder mystery where I die on page 1, I want to know more. The waitress arrives, saving us from mutual combustion. Brenda orders red wine and the wild mushroom risotto. I order steak, medium rare. When the server leaves, Brenda taps the table with one finger, her rings clinking like a soft warning bell. "You know," she says, "I thought I'd come tonight and figure out how to write about you." "And?" She leans in, eyes dark and unblinking. "I still might, but now I think it'll be fiction. Villain origin story. Ice Prince falls for chaotic princess, ruins empire, dies in a poetic fire. That's dramatic. I'm a writer. Drama is the rent I pay for existing." A ghost of something dangerous passes between us. Heat, irritation, curiosity. I can't name it. I only know I want it to last longer than this dinner. When the food arrives, she eats like someone who's tasted hunger. She makes noises, tiny hums of appreciation that go straight to my spine. She closes her eyes when she sips her wine. She tells a story about a date where the man made her split the check for a drink she didn't even like. I listen, and despite myself, I laugh. It's rare. It feels foreign. She notices. Her eyes soften. "Well," she murmurs, "maybe you're not completely made of spreadsheets." "Don't tell anyone." She smirks. "Your secret's safe, for now." And just like that, I realize the worst possible thing has happened. I want another date. But not for research purposes. A decent date with her.
Chapter 5. Brenda. He made me laugh. That's the part I'm still grappling with as I stand barefoot in my living room, wine glass in hand, staring at the ceiling like it's got answers tucked between the plaster lines. Joshua Graves made me laugh. Not a polite chuckle. Not a reflexive smile because the waiter made a pun about mushrooms. No, I laughed. The kind that caught me off guard, mid-chew, and made me reach for my napkin because I was terrified I'd snort risotto through my nose. And he smiled, just once. Brief, restrained, and quickly stifled like a man who thinks showing teeth is an act of emotional surrender. Still, it happened. I saw it. I felt it. And now I can't stop replaying the entire dinner in my head like a montage in a Netflix dramedy, complete with quirky French indie music and slightly too much eye contact, which is, frankly, a problem, because this man isn't supposed to be charming. He's supposed to be the villain in my blog series. The cold, calculated CEO who thinks love can be gamified and packaged like a luxury subscription box. Instead, he looked at me like I was something unexpected, like a question he hadn't solved yet. And I don't know what to do with that. I flop onto the couch, legs sprawled, robe draped over me like a cape of indecision. My phone buzzes with a text from Lana. "Lana, So? Was he evil? Did he try to plug you into the Matrix? Me. No, worse. Lana. How could it be worse? Me. He listened. I can practically hear her gasp through the screen. Lana. You poor thing. She's right. I am. Because now I'm stuck in limbo. I can't exactly crucify the man in my blog if he's not terrible, and I sure as hell can't admit to my readers that the algorithm they've all been mocking might have a sliver of soul hidden in its code. But the weirdest part? I kind of want to see him again. Not for the blog, not for the experiment. For me, which is probably a sign of brain damage. I down the last sip of wine and slide off the couch, moving toward my desk. My laptop is still open, the love experiment draft page blinking like a dare. I hover over the keyboard, trying to type something, anything, but my fingers freeze. What do I even say? Dear readers, turns out the emotionally vacant tech overlord is less emotionally vacant than anticipated. Also, his voice might be the auditory equivalent of red velvet cake. Nope, delete. Instead, I write what I can. Blog post draft, private. Title, unexpected variables. There's something profoundly disarming about watching a man fight his own facial muscles to suppress a smile. Joshua Graves is still a problem, but now he's a complicated one. He listens too closely, he watches too carefully, and he made me laugh. I'm not saying the algorithm works. I'm just saying sometimes even chaos has patterns. I'll keep going. For science, obviously. I save the draft and close the laptop with more force than necessary, then drop onto my bed. Arms flung wide, staring up at the ceiling like it owes me an explanation. I'm not ready for this. For him. I've spent so long convincing myself that love is a farce, a trick we play on ourselves to make the loneliness easier to bear. I've written entire novels defending the idea of soulmates and fairy tale endings, but my own heart has been a cynic ever since. Well, since him. Since the one who promised forever and couldn't even give me honesty. So what am I supposed to do with a man like Joshua Graves? He's the antithesis of everything I believe in. Clinical, measured, incapable of metaphor. I'm not even sure he knows what poetry is. But tonight he surprised me. He didn't try to sell me anything. He didn't patronize me, didn't brush off my sarcasm, or challenge my beliefs with the data. He just asked questions. Real ones? Personal ones? Why do you write about love like it's a war you've already lost? He asked, midway through the meal. I didn't answer him. Not fully. Because the truth is, I don't know. Not anymore. I press a hand to my chest, palm flat against my sternum, as if trying to calm the erratic drumbeat there. My heart isn't supposed to race after one dinner, especially not with him. I curl onto my side and pull the covers over my shoulder. I'll sleep. I'll reset. Tomorrow I'll figure out what the hell I'm doing. But as my eyes slip closed, I hear his voice in my head again, low, dry, amused. This isn't a date, it's research. And damn it, I think I want to be his favorite experiment.
Chapter 6. Joshua, there's a bruise forming in my routine, and her name is Brenda Carter. It's been 2 days since our dinner, and I've already broken 3 of my morning rituals. I skipped my 5:30 a.m. run, ignored the overnight report on Eve's behavioral learning patterns, and most damning of all, left my espresso shot unfinished. I don't leave things unfinished, ever. But this woman is a glitch in my system, an emotional worm burrowing through firewalls I didn't know were vulnerable. I reread the private draft she saved in her account, Unexpected Variables. It's stored in the EV database, even though she never published it. Our back-end system logs everything, even unsent thoughts. A security measure. A violation, probably, but I look anyway. Not because I'm monitoring user sentiment, because I need to know what she's thinking. what she felt. The words stick with me in a way data shouldn't. Joshua Graves is still a problem, but now he's a complicated one. Complicated, that's what I am now. Not cruel or cold or emotionally extinct. Just complicated. The way she wrote it like it was a confession, like it scared her, unsettles me. She's scared of what she felt that night. But so am I. I sit at the massive obsidian desk in my corner office, floor-to-ceiling windows. Perfect skyline view, not a single paper out of place, and I'm still thrown off by the echo of her voice. Her laugh. The way she ordered wine like it was a religious ritual and ate like she hadn't been fed in days. Not out of desperation, but reverence. Brenda Carter is the opposite of minimalism. She's maximalist emotion, sticky notes and big opinions and chipped nail polish that doesn't match her mood. I think about the way her eyes tracked mine across the table. Not flirtatious, not performative, observational, curious, disarming. I haven't been disarmed in years. There's a knock at the door. "Come in," I call, and immediately regret it. Mara, my COO, enters with an expression that could curdle cream. She's brisk, efficient, and allergic to anything that smells like distraction. "We need to talk," she says, tossing a folder onto my desk. It's about subject 4279. Brenda. I lift the folder slowly, flipping it open to the report I don't want to read. Public sentiment analysis, engagement metrics, viral lift. Brenda's blog is outperforming every beta test influencer we hired, and she wasn't even supposed to be in the pool. "She's dangerous," Mara says. "She's effective." She's uncontrollable. I close the folder. She's honest. People trust her. They relate to her experiences. She's also been calling the app a relationship apocalypse simulator and accused our user interface of gaslighting via pastel buttons. I resist the urge to smile. Barely. "She's funny." Mara crosses her arms. "She's a liability, Joshua. One with a digital megaphone and a vendetta. She's not our enemy. You've matched with her." I meet her eyes, calm and unblinking. "Yes, that's not protocol. I wrote the protocol. That doesn't mean you're exempt from the consequences of ignoring it." I breathe in through my nose, slow and even, and exhale the irritation. I matched with her because the system identified a 98.7% compatibility rate. It wasn't random. That's exactly why it's a problem. If the system breaks for her, it breaks for everyone. You're conflating emotional data with emotional investment. She says it like it's a sin. And maybe it is. But I don't correct her. She leaves with a parting warning about PR exposure and ethical lines. I listen, nod, pretend to agree. But my mind is already somewhere else. It's with her. With Brenda. I stand and move to the window. Below, the city churns in its usual rhythm. Taxis honking, people weaving through crosswalks, digital screens pulsing. It's all noise. But up here, in this glass box I built for myself, there's stillness. A kind of sanctuary. Or at least there used to be. Now there's tension, color, emotion, all because of her. Because she's in my system, in my head. And because she might be the first person I've ever wanted to understand, instead of solve. I open my phone and stare at her name in the app interface. There's a blinking cursor next to message user. She hasn't contacted me since the date. She's waiting, watching, calculating, just like I am. I type a message. "Joshua, if we're still calling this research, I have a hypothesis. I think you're lying to yourself about not wanting another date. Dinner again? No data logs this time? Just food. Conversation. Consensually off the record. I hesitate, thumb hovering over send. This isn't me. I don't chase, but I press send anyway. Because something in her smile, tilted, suspicious, amused, made me feel something I've spent years programming other people out of. Hope. And for once, I don't want to run a simulation. I want to find out what happens next the messy, unpredictable, human way.
Chapter 7. Brenda. I don't open the message right away. Not because I don't want to. Trust me, my curiosity is practically vibrating, but because I do want to. That's so unlike me. It's sitting there on my phone screen, like a spell I haven't recited yet. A neatly packaged invitation with his name glowing in bold. Joshua Graves. The man who speaks in full stops and silence. The man who kissed his words like he was measuring them for accuracy, not impact. And now he's asking me to dinner. Again. This time. Off the record. I bite my lip and pace in circles through my apartment, clutching a mug of tea I'm not drinking, wrapped in a fuzzy blanket like it's emotional armor. The living room smells faintly of cinnamon and printer ink. My latest failed manuscript pages still scattered across the floor like broken promises. I should be writing. I should be working. I should not be daydreaming about a man who probably tracks his hydration levels with a biometric implant. But here I am, thinking about him. His suit, his uncomfortably symmetrical face, the way he watches people like he's decoding them, the way he watched me. There was something different in his eyes at dinner, like he was paying attention, not the way men look at women when they are trying to memorize body language for a move later, but the way writers watch sunsets when they're searching for metaphors. Slow, intent, curious, like I was a language he hadn't learned yet. I sink onto my couch, open the message, and read it again. Joshua, if we're still calling this research, I have a hypothesis. I think you're lying to yourself about not wanting another date. Dinner again? No data logs this time. Just food, conversation, consensually off the record. I snort into my blanket. Consensually off the record. Who says things like that? The man flirts like a courtroom transcript. I do want another date. Not because it's good blog material. Not because my readers are thirsty for a twist, but because I haven't felt this kind of zingy, high-stakes interest in a long time. Not since before I got burned. Not since the man I trusted with everything handed my heart back like it was an overdue library book and said, "Sorry, I can't do this anymore." Joshua is not that man. He's a new kind of confusing, and it's kind of thrilling. Still, I don't reply right away. I let the anticipation simmer. Let him stew for once. Instead, I spend the rest of the day doing the things I usually do when I'm falling apart in slow motion, reorganizing my bookshelves by color, impulse baking peanut butter cookies, and talking out loud to my plants like they're my emotional support group. "You don't understand," I say to a particularly judgmental fern named Octavia. He's not supposed to be charming. He's supposed to be robotic and boring and allergic to feelings. And instead, he smiled, like full-on not a glitch smile. Octavia doesn't respond, but I feel her judgment anyway. By the time the cookies are cool and my kitchen looks like a crime scene of flour and misplaced life decisions, I cave and write him back. Me. Hypothesis accepted? But if I end up a plot twist in a Silicon Valley horror story, I'm blaming the risotto. One more dinner. You're buying, and no scheduling it via calendar invite like last time. I'm a woman, not a productivity app. I hit send and immediately regret everything. Not because I don't want to go, but because this might not be a game anymore. Later that night, while the cookies are mostly gone and a sappy Nora Ephron movie plays on low volume in the background, I get his reply. "Joshua, understood. No invites, no logging, just dinner. Thursday, 7 o'clock. I'll pick you up." I stare at it for a long time. He's picking me up. That's intimate. Not coffee shop meet cute. Not professional detachment. Not algorithmic matchmaking. It's deliberate. Human. I try to sleep, but my mind won't shut off. I keep flipping between outfits in my head, wondering if I should wear something that says unbothered goddess or emotionally curious but cautious. There's a difference, I swear. I drift off eventually, tangled in sheets and half-formed thoughts. My dreams are fragmented, warm, laced with voices and hands and eyes that see too much. Thursday comes fast. I spend an unreasonable amount of time getting ready, not because I'm trying to impress him, obviously. I just want to feel powerful, like I'm in control of this narrative. I settle on a burgundy-wrapped dress that hugs in all the right places, heels that click like punctuation, and earrings that catch the light every time I tilt my head in a way that says, "Try me." At 6:58 p.m., there's a knock at the door. I open it, and there he is, Joshua Graves, holding 2 coffees and looking at me like I'm a complicated equation he's dying to solve. "You're early," I say, even though he's not. "You're stunning," he says, because he is. The moment hangs there between us, charged. Then I take the coffee from his hand and say, "This better have cream and 2 sugars. I have standards." He smirks. "Of course." And just like that, we're back in it. No cameras, no code, just 2 people, colliding in the space where logic ends and something messier begins.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby. But he's fine, so let's see where this goes.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet. And the best part?
90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $59.99, you'll get over 500 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 books for 59 cents a book anywhere else.
Less than $1 per book for all the dirty fun I can handle?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyler.
Chapter 8, Joshua. She opens the door and my first thought is not a thought at all. It's heat. Not in the primal caveman sense, though that's there too. But it's more than that. It's a pressure in my chest, like walking into a room where the air is already heavy with whatever's about to happen. Brenda stands in the doorway in a burgundy dress that fits like it was made from a fantasy I didn't know I'd had until now. Her hair is pinned up but soft, the kind of undone elegance that says she's prepared to either seduce me or kill me, depending on how the night goes. She takes the coffee from my hand and sips, watching me over the rim. This better have cream and 2 sugars. I have standards, of course. And I do remember that. I remember everything. Every detail she revealed during our last dinner, the way she likes her coffee sweet, and her stories messy. The way she bites her lip when she's thinking and rolls her eyes when she's pretending not to care. The cadence of her laugh. The edges of her sarcasm, curved like barbed wire made of velvet. She steps outside, locking the door behind her, and we walk together toward the car. I'd insisted on driving an old-fashioned gesture, maybe, but something in me had wanted the control. Not of her, of the environment. Turns out there's no controlling anything when she's in it. "Let me guess," she says as she slides into the passenger seat. "You picked some ultra-exclusive place with a single Michelin star and a dress code stricter than the Queen's funeral?" I glance at her, then start the car. "No. I picked a bistro on 8th that serves overpriced comfort food and plays live jazz. I read you like both." She stares at me, stunned for half a second before recovering with a slow smile. "You read that?" I shrug, eyes on the road. Your third blog post, you mentioned it between complaining about dating app small talk and praising your grandmother's lasagna. You remember my blog? I remember the details worth remembering. She doesn't answer right away, and I feel her watching me as I drive. The silence between us isn't uncomfortable. It's charged, like a string pulled taut between two fixed points, vibrating with all the things we're not saying yet. The restaurant is exactly what I promised. Small, candlelit, nestled into a converted townhouse with ivy crawling up the walls. Brenda's eyes light up when she sees it. "This is nice," she says, her tone suspicious. "I'm not trying to trap you," I murmur as I open the door for her. "It's not an ambush, it's a meal." We're led to a table in the back, tucked beside a window where city lights blur like smudged gold. The jazz trio in the corner is playing something slow, mournful, and strangely beautiful. It suits her, I think. She doesn't need something peppy to shine. She shines in shadows. We order drinks. She chooses red wine again. I stick to whiskey. When the waiter leaves, she leans forward. "Okay, Graves. Ground rules. No algorithm talk, no percentages, no trying to dissect my personality like it's an escape room puzzle." "Understood. And if you start categorizing my emotional responses in real time, I will throw this wine at you." I allow a small smile. "Noted." She studies me, twirling her glass slowly between her fingers. "So why me?" The question is casual, but the weight beneath it is anything but. I could lie, say the system picked her, say it was a coincidence, but I've never believed in those. And tonight, I don't want to lie. "Because you don't fit," I say simply. Her brow lifts. "Excuse me? You don't fit into any of the models. You disrupt every metric. You defy pattern recognition. You make the data dissonant." She laughs, but there's an edge to it. "So I'm a system error?" "No. You're the unexpected result, the anomaly that proves the flaw in the design." Her lips part slightly. Her eyes search mine like she's looking for the joke, but there isn't one. "I don't know if that's an insult or a compliment," she murmurs. "Neither. It's an admission." She stares at me and I let her. I don't flinch. I want her to see it, the cracks forming in the steel shell I've lived in for years, the truth bleeding through. She leans back, still holding my gaze. "Okay, your turn." "For what?" "A personal question, since we're being honest." I nod once. "Go ahead. Who hurt you?" It's a direct hit, delivered like a dagger wrapped in silk. I blink. She watches, expression neutral but intent. "Everyone who's this emotionally armored," she continues, voice soft but unrelenting, "has a reason, a catalyst. So, what was yours?" I take a sip of whiskey to buy myself a second. 2, 10. She's not wrong. "My ex-fiancé," I say finally, "left me at the altar with one of my investors." She flinches visibly, not out of pity, out of recognition. "And you built an empire to replace unpredictability with precision," she says. "Something like that. Our food arrives. We eat in companionable quiet, the air between us looser now, but still crackling. Every glance is loaded, every smile, a dare. By the time we finish dessert, I feel something shift in me. She's not my experiment anymore. She's my equation I don't want to solve."
Chapter 9. Brenda. I don't fall for him over dinner. That would be too easy, too cliché. And I'm a romance writer. I know better than to trust emotional whiplash and candlelight. That's how women wind up crying on rooftops in high heels while Adele wails in the background. But I do feel something I haven't in a long time. Steady. Like maybe, for the first time in years, I'm not holding my breath waiting for the other shoe to drop. Joshua doesn't flirt. He doesn't wink or charm or toss compliments like candy. He does something infinitely more dangerous. He listens. He hears. He tells me the kind of story that breaks people into soft, slow pieces about a woman who left him in front of a room full of people and an empire he built to make sure no one could ever leave him like that again. He says it like it's math, like heartbreak was a variable that required recalibration, and yet he said it to me on purpose. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect any of this. I expected to mock him, to write a witty blog post about how the tech bro with emotional frostbite tried to romance me with machine learning and failed spectacularly. Instead, I'm leaning against my front door, heart pounding like I just finished a sprint, wondering if I should have kissed him when he walked me back up. I didn't. Neither of us made a move. We lingered, words thin between us, like one wrong syllable might shatter the spell. His hand hovered near my waist when I turned to unlock the door, but he didn't touch me. He didn't need to. There was tension threaded in the air like lightning waiting for permission. And now I'm pacing my apartment like a woman possessed, replaying every glance, every inflection in his voice, every moment that made my chest ache in a way I haven't allowed myself to feel since the last man I trusted turned out to be a living ghost. Here, then gone, with no warning. Joshua isn't like him. That might be worse, because I know what it's like to fall for the wrong guy. But falling for the right one who might actually hold your heart in his hands with care and still accidentally crush it, that's terrifying. I pour myself a glass of wine and flop onto the couch, phone in hand, screen glowing. Lana has texted 3 times already. Lana, you're not dead. So was it amazing? Lana, are you pregnant with his perfectly engineered babies yet? Lana, tell me everything or I swear to God I will write fanfic about it and send it to your editor. I roll my eyes and type back. Me. He's not what I expected. He's not cold, just careful. Lana, wait, are you catching feelings? Me. I'm catching something and it's not a virus, but it might be worse. Lana, oh no, you're falling for the grumpy genius. Brenda, babe, are you okay? Me, I'm fine. I didn't know someone could be so emotionally repressed and still make you feel seen. Lana, well damn, you're doomed. She's not wrong, but I'm also not running. Yet. Instead, I open my laptop and pull up the draft I've been avoiding. My half-finished novel, currently titled Love is for Idiots, a cautionary tale. I stare at the blinking cursor and think of Joshua's voice. The way he said I didn't fit, that I made the system dissonant, like I was a poem ruining his programming. And then I start typing. Excerpt. Chapter 12. He didn't hold her hand, didn't touch her waist, didn't kiss her goodnight. He didn't have to. She felt it anyway, felt the weight of his attention, the way his eyes stayed too long and not long enough, the way silence with him felt like trust instead of tension. She didn't believe in algorithms, but she was starting to believe in him. I don't know if it's for the book or for me, maybe both. It has been months since the words come this easy. He's not a plot twist anymore. He's becoming a story I might want to write, maybe even live. I'm not naive. I know this isn't safe. I've read enough of my own work to know what comes next. Conflict, chaos, the inevitable reveal of something that unravels the good thing before it's fully bloomed. But still, he didn't try to win me. He just let me see him. And that might be the most seductive thing of all.
Chapter 10. Joshua. I should have deleted the message the moment I hit send. I knew it even as my finger hovered over the screen, knew that asking her to dinner again in plain terms with no algorithms or AI buzzwords to hide behind would be a mistake, a vulnerability, a glitch. But she said yes. Now I'm back in my apartment, unable to focus on the report blinking on my monitor because the only thing occupying my mind is her, the way she looked standing in her doorway, that burgundy dress hugging curves like a sculptor's daydream, the scent of cinnamon and something sweeter trailing after her when she passed. The way she said, "You better have added cream and sugar," like we weren't towing the edge of something impossible. I sit at my desk, surrounded by order. Every object has its place. Every place has a rule. But inside, I feel unsettled. Not anxious, not panicked. Unmoored, because I didn't plan for this. Brenda wasn't a variable in the original equation. She was an anomaly. A case study meant to be disproven, a means to validate my system against even its harshest critic. And instead, she's turned the entire foundation of my logic into sand. I run a hand over my face and lean back, trying to summon the emotional distance that once came so easily. I used to be good at it. After Jessica left, my ex-fiancée, I streamlined everything, stopped expecting love, scrubbed the unpredictability from my life. I replaced pain with protocol, romance with efficiency. If it couldn't be coded, charted, forecasted, I didn't want it near me. Brenda doesn't just break that rule. She makes me want to burn the manual. My phone buzzes with an internal Slack message from Mara. Mara, need confirmation by EOD the next round of influencer approvals. Also, we really need to talk about the girl. Her blog just hit top 100 trending again. I don't answer. Because I'm not thinking about Eve's public metrics or user acquisition. I'm thinking about the way Brenda looked at me across the table. Not like she was trying to read me. Not like she wanted to expose or outwit me. She looked at me like I was something real. A person. Not a puzzle. That's new. Everyone who knows me sees one of two things, power or strategy. She saw something else. She saw the cracks, and she didn't flinch. I close my laptop and stand, pacing the room, needing movement to clear the static that settled behind my ribs. I should be working. I should be prepping for the quarterly investor call. I should be doing anything except reaching for my phone. I pull up her contact. Not through Eve. Through the actual phone, a line I never open to anyone who isn't family or directly on payroll. But she's there now. Brenda Carter. Just her name on my screen shifts something in my chest. I don't like it. But I don't hate it either. I type slowly. Joshua. I can't stop thinking about the way you said, no calendar invites. It's been stuck in my head like a line from a favorite book. I'd like to see you again. Soon. No research this time, just time. I stare at the message, then delete the last sentence. Then I delete the entire thing. I'm not ready for her to know how much space she's taking up in my head. Instead, I toss the phone on the counter and force myself back into the familiar. I run. 5 miles on the treadmill, heart rate spiking for all the wrong reasons. I shower. I eat the same meal I always do, grilled salmon, quinoa, steamed broccoli, and it tastes like nothing. She's still there in my thoughts, lingering. I don't know how she does that. How she makes quiet feel like a conversation. How she plants herself in the spaces between my routines, between the syllables of every word I haven't said yet. She's unpredictable, disorganized, emotionally extravagant. And I want more. I don't want her in my data logs. I want her in my kitchen stealing cookies at midnight. I want her hair loose and her words sharp and her fingers smudging my perfect surfaces. I want her chaos wrapped around my order like vines overtaking steel. I grip the counter hard enough that my knuckles go white. This isn't what I do. I don't get swept. But here I am, already drowning. And for once, I want to come up for air.
Chapter 11. Brenda. There are 3 half-written drafts open on my screen, all garbage. One of them starts with, "He looked at me like I was a riddle, and I wanted to hand him the answer key and then rip it up just to see what he'd do." Too poetic, too honest. Another begins with, "This might be a mistake." Which, okay, fair, but also lazy. I can't open with foreshadowing that obvious. That's rookie behavior. The third is a list titled, "Reasons Joshua Graves Might Actually Be Human," and it includes gems like, He drinks his whiskey neat but adds lemon to his water. He paused for an entire 6 seconds before answering a question about heartbreak. 6 seconds is eternity in man speak. He listens like he's building a map of you in his mind, one he doesn't want to get wrong. I close all 3 tabs, then I open them again. Because the thing about writing, and about love, if I'm being honest, is that even when it's a disaster, I can't seem to stay away from it. I take a sip from the same wine glass I've been nursing for the past hour, curled up on the floor in front of my coffee table, wearing the same sweatpants I've owned since college. My toes are cold, my brain is loud, and my phone has been sitting there on the couch radiating unspoken possibility. Suddenly, my doorbell rings. Finally, my emotional support is here. I've been waiting for 3 hours. Lana shows up at my door with a bottle of red, a bag of sour cream and onion chips, and an entire rotisserie chicken. I know she's read between the lines of my one-word text, help. Emergency? She asks, breezing in like a one-woman crisis team. She's wearing a hoodie that says romance is for suckers, and I'm allergic to both, and sweats that have definitely seen better days. I love her. It's not an emergency, I say, flopping onto the couch. I might be emotionally compromised. She throws her jacket on the arm of the chair and raises both eyebrows. Oh, hell yes. Tell me everything. I fill 2 glasses while she unpacks her feast onto my coffee table, like we're hosting a Super Bowl party, sponsored by heartbreak and poor decision-making. She pulls apart a drumstick with savage enthusiasm and gestures for me to start talking. I went on the second date. You didn't tell me that already, she says with her mouth full. Brenda, babe, that's a girl code violation. I could have dressed cuter if this was a celebratory visit. It wasn't supposed to be a thing, I groan. It was supposed to be dinner, research, closure maybe. And I drink. Lana, he's not cold. He's just emotionally constipated in a sort of poetic way, like a Shakespearean robot. Oh my God, she mutters. You're into him. No, I'm into the idea of him. That's worse. I throw a chip at her. It bounces off her forehead and lands in the chicken. I'm serious, I say. He didn't even try to kiss me. He just looked at me, like I was something fragile or sacred. Lana chokes on her wine. Brenda, what? Fragile? Sacred? Girl, this isn't a romance novel. This is your life. Are you writing mental fanfic about this man? He told me about his ex-fiancée, I say quietly. That shuts her up. For exactly 3 seconds. He what? Yeah, he didn't gloss over it either. He told me the whole story. No dramatic flair, just raw honesty. Like it hurt less if he stated it like a calendar event. Jesus. I know. She's quiet for a moment, chewing thoughtfully on a wing. Then, so what now? You fall into his arms while jazz music swells in the background, and he says he's been reprogrammed for love? I'm serious. So am I. I sigh and put down my glass. I don't know what to do, Lana. He's not like the others. I don't think he even knows how to lie to me. And that's terrifying. Babe, she leans forward, resting her chin in her hands. You don't have to decide anything tonight. Just admit you want to. Want what? To see where this goes. I pause. Slowly I nod. I do. Then do it. Get weird. Get messy. Make some poor decisions with a man who looks like he sleeps in a 3-piece suit. I laugh, the knot in my chest loosening, and right then, like clockwork, my phone buzzes. Lana lunges across the table and grabs it before I can. It's a calendar invite, she says, gasping dramatically. I snatch it back. It is. Dinner, Saturday, my place, no protocol, just us. There's a note. I know you said no calendar invites, but this one doesn't come with expectations, just curiosity. I want to know what it's like to eat with you when I'm not afraid of wanting more. I reread it 3 times. My heart flips on the 3rd. Well, Lana asks. I accepted it. She grins. Good. Then she holds up the drumstick like a wine glass in a toast. To dangerous emotional territory. To being the glitch in a billionaire's emotional software, I say, clinking my chip bag to her chicken bone.
Chapter 12. Joshua. The penthouse is too quiet. Not in the peaceful, controlled way I usually crave, but in the suffocating way that feels like standing backstage before a presentation. You're not entirely sure you understand. Everything is in place. The kitchen gleams. The wine is breathing. The lighting is calibrated to a warm, ambient tone I programmed myself to simulate candlelight without the fire hazard. The room just feels off. Because I'm not thinking about optimization or lighting hues or whether the playlist algorithm chose the correct lo-fi jazz acoustic blend for a 3rd not date. I'm thinking about her, Brenda. I've reviewed our last 2 interactions more times than I'm willing to admit. The dinner, the pauses, the way she looked at me when I told her about Jessica, not with pity, not with curiosity, but like she saw the ghost of something in me worth waking up. She accepted the calendar invite. That alone sent a bolt of something through me I haven't felt in years. Something like adrenaline, or anxiety, or anticipation. The good kind. The terrifying kind. Because if she walks in here tonight and looks at me like that again, I don't think I'll be able to hold the line. I've spent my entire adult life defining boundaries. Clear ones. Strict ones. Emotions are chaotic. Intimacy is unpredictable. Love is dangerous. Brenda is all 3, and I've never wanted anything more. The knock comes at exactly 6:59 p.m. Of course it does. She doesn't like being early. She likes being right on time. Like every dramatic entrance she makes deserves its own slow-motion theme song. I open the door, and then forget how to breathe. She's wearing a green dress this time. Deep, rich, a color that makes her skin look like something I'd only find in the lost pages of art history. Her curls are loose tonight, wild and alive around her face, like she walked through a storm, and it made her more beautiful instead of less. She's not wearing much makeup, just enough to look like she's not trying. And somehow she still looks like something I shouldn't be allowed to touch. Hi, she says, like it's the simplest thing in the world. Like my entire emotional operating system isn't running 1,000 corrupted lines of code trying to interpret this moment. Hi. I step back. She walks in. Her heels click on the floor like punctuation marks to a language I'm only now learning how to read. She surveys the apartment with a single arched eyebrow. Wow, this place is aggressively curated. Minimalism helps me think. It makes me want to spill something, she mutters, taking in the pristine, neutral-tone decor. I lock the door behind her. That would be statistically consistent, I say, moving to the kitchen. You tend to be disruptive. You say that like it's a bad thing. It's not. She pauses, watching me pour her a glass of wine. There's something softer about her tonight. Less armor. Still sharp, still Brenda, but with edges folded inward. Like she's curious about how deep this will go before one of us drowns. I hand her the glass. You didn't lace this with truth serum, did you? She teases, swirling it. No, but I did pick something I thought you'd like. Full-bodied, complex, just slightly unpredictable. She raises an eyebrow. You saying I'm wine now? No, I'm saying you're the thing I want to pair with everything. Her lips part. The air shifts. I take a slow breath. So, dinner, I say. I made something. You cooked? She looks genuinely surprised. Joshua Graves, tech mogul, dating app overlord, and surprise home chef. I followed a recipe, mostly. What is it? I lift the lid off the pan on the stove, revealing lemon garlic pasta with roasted tomatoes and burrata. She whistles low. Wow, that smells like effort. I figured you'd appreciate that more than a reservation. You figured right. We eat at the kitchen island, shoulder to shoulder, the mood casual but quietly loaded. She laughs at something I say. I don't even remember what it was, and the sound slides beneath my skin, warm and lingering. Halfway through the meal, she sets her fork down and turns to face me more fully. Okay, serious question. I nod, bracing. What happens if this stops being pretend? I pause. Are we pretending now? She blinks. I mean... She laughs softly. Weren't we? At first, the whole blog, the system, the dates. You were trying to prove something, and I was trying to disprove it. And now? She bites her bottom lip, then lets it go. Now I don't know what I'm doing. My hands are still. My voice is not. I think you're doing what I'm doing. Which is... rewriting the code. She stares at me. So slowly, I forget how to exhale. She reaches out and takes my hand. Not dramatic, not theatrical, just real. I don't do casual, she says. I don't know how to love a little bit. I don't think you've ever done anything a little bit. She huffs a breath, smiling despite herself. And you? I don't do love. She pulls back slightly. But I think, I add, tightening my fingers gently around hers, I might want to learn. That's the moment. Not flashy, not grand. But it burns like wildfire under my skin. I don't need a graph to tell me this isn't about algorithms anymore. And it's about a woman who makes me feel like falling apart might be the first step toward becoming whole.
Chapter 13. Brenda. I think I might want to learn. It's not the kind of thing people say in real life. Not outside books or movies or those emotionally manipulative car commercials with the surprise puppies and holiday snow. But Joshua Graves says it to me, in his sleek, spotless kitchen that smells like roasted garlic and hard truths. And the way he says it, quiet, deliberate, like each word was weighed and measured before release, it lands like a stone in my chest. Heavy, still, real. For a second, I can't breathe. I just stare at him, fingers still curled around his, trying to remember how to speak. Because I'm the one who's supposed to be good at words. That's my whole thing. Metaphors, monologues, declarations of undying love wrapped in humor and poetic chaos. But right now, I'm a blank page. He looks at me, and for once, there's no calculation in his eyes, no algorithm, just a man, just him, and me, sitting here like the world outside this moment doesn't exist. A strange, warm panic rises in my throat, because I think I believe him. I squeeze his hand once, then pull away gently, needing space before I start doing something truly reckless, like climbing into his lap and rewriting both our lives in the span of a kiss. Instead, I stand up. His gaze tracks me like he's afraid I'm going to walk out. I don't. I move to the window and press my palm to the cold glass. Outside, the city is alive. Blinking lights, moving parts, chaos in motion. I feel him behind me before he speaks. You're quiet, he says, and it's not a question. I'm trying not to ruin this, I whisper. He doesn't answer, so I keep going. Every time I've started something that felt real, it unraveled because I went in believing it had to end, that the fall was inevitable. You're not falling, he says softly. I turn around. Aren't I? We're close now, too close, and not close enough. He doesn't touch me, but he doesn't look away either. I shake my head, smile small and unsteady. I don't know what to do with you, Joshua Graves. You don't have to do anything with me. That's the problem, I say, stepping just a little closer. I want to. The silence between us stretches, but it's not empty. It's buzzing. My skin feels too tight. My heart's doing a drum solo in my chest. I want to mess up your perfect floors and leave lipstick stains on your coffee mugs, I say. I want to challenge you to dance in the kitchen and watch you pretend it's a waste of time. I want to see what happens when your rules don't work. I want you, not as a hypothesis, as a human being. He exhales like I knocked the wind out of him. Suddenly, he touches me, one hand light on my hip, the other brushing my cheek, like he's still testing reality. I lean into it, and then his mouth is on mine. Not rushed, not tentative, measured, intentional, deep. It's the kind of kiss that builds like a storm, slow at first, thunder rumbling beneath the surface, then lightning behind the eyes. His lips are warm. His hands are steady. My whole body reacts like it's been waiting for this moment for years. He kisses me like I'm the only thing he wants to understand. And I kiss him like I never want him to figure it out. When we pull apart, his eyes are darker, softer. "You're not what I expected," he murmurs. I laugh, breathless. I've never been what anyone expected. That might be why I can't stop thinking about you. We're still pressed together. I don't move. He doesn't either. Eventually, we make our way back to the couch. We sit close, shoulders touching, fingers tangled loosely. We talk. About nothing. About everything. He tells me he collects old watches, but never wears them. I tell him I have a notebook filled entirely with lines I'm too scared to write into a story. We don't talk about love. Not directly. But it hangs there, unspoken, waiting. By the time I leave, it's late. He walks me to the door. Neither of us mentions what comes next. He doesn't ask for another date. I don't need to offer, because this thing, whatever it is, isn't linear. It's not a narrative with a tidy arc or a predictable third-act conflict. It's more dangerous than that. It's real. He makes me brave enough to see where it leads. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 14. Joshua. I watch her walk away, and for the first time in my life, I wish I believed in fate. Because if I did, I could pretend what's happening between Brenda and me is inevitable. That it was always going to happen, some magnetic pull written in the stars, not lines of code and human error. But I know better. I know every algorithm that led us here. I also know the one thing I've been avoiding, actively, stubbornly avoiding, is now a blade at my throat. The truth, the part I haven't told her. I didn't just approve her for the beta test. I inserted her manually, overrode the system, curated her experience from start to finish, matched her with someone I knew would irritate, provoke, and maybe make her question her romantic ideology. It was strategic. It was precise but unethical. What if she finds out I've been observing her for a while now? Like following her? Will she think I'm a stalker? At first, I told myself it was an experiment. But somewhere along the way, the test subject became a person. She became the person. And now, The walls I've built to compartmentalize my life, the business, the app, the ambition, are starting to buckle under the weight of her laughter, her honesty, her refusal to be predictable. I should have come clean, should have told her before I kissed her, before I invited her into my home, into my life. But I didn't. Because, for the first time, I was afraid. Not of losing my reputation or my company. Of losing her. I'm still standing at the window when my phone rings. I answer without looking. "Mara," I say. "We've got a problem." Her voice is clipped, controlled, but I can hear it in the slight uptick. She's angry. I turn from the window, already on edge. What kind of problem? External breach. Someone leaked an internal protocol doc from early beta testing. It shows manual override capabilities. My spine stiffens. How bad is it? Bad. Users are already speculating. Reddit threads are multiplying by the minute. People think we've been manipulating matches. Technically, we have. Technically, I have. I close my eyes, jaw tightening. Mara continues. "We need a statement. Now, the board is panicking, and it gets worse." "How?" She exhales. "One of the leaked matches is Brenda Carter." I go still. "The timestamp shows your system login. It connects you directly to the override. It proves you handpicked her matches." 1,000 calculations flash across my mind, ways to spin this, mitigate damage, bury the narrative before it catches fire. But there's only one response that matters. "She's going to find out," I say. "She probably already has." Mara doesn't say I told you so, but she doesn't need to. The silence on the other end is loud enough. "I'll handle it," I tell her. "Better do it fast, before it handles you." She hangs up. I set the phone down with surgical precision, but inside I'm spiraling. Brenda trusted me, maybe not completely, maybe not loudly. But in that kitchen, in the way she leaned into my kiss like it meant something, there was belief. And now it's going to be shattered by a decision I made, before I knew she was real. I run a hand through my hair and look around the apartment. Every surface is still spotless, but it feels like everything's already on fire. Because the person I've come to care about, the one who makes me want to be better, was a variable I manipulated. And even if my reasons changed, even if my heart shifted along the way, the damage is the same. She'll think it was all a setup. The blog, the dates, the late-night honesty, the kiss, the silence that followed. I grab my coat. There's no salvaging this from behind a press release or legal statement. This isn't a business decision. It's a confession.
Chapter 15. Brenda. It starts with a ping. Not a message from Joshua. Not a call. Just a quiet alert from a news app I didn't even realize was still installed on my phone. Breaking. Internal documents leak. Suggest Eve beta test was manually curated. Users outraged over alleged match manipulation. My heart stutters. I don't even open the article at first. I just sit on the floor of my living room in the hoodie I stole from my ex, the one that still somehow made the post-breakup cut, and stare at those words like they might rearrange themselves into something less gut-wrenching. They don't. I open it, and there it is. Lines of damning words, screenshots of internal memos, user match logs, details, receipts, and smack in the middle of it, in pixelated black and white, is my name, my alias, and my beta profile. Curated matches, overwritten compatibility results, manual input from Joshua Graves. I stop breathing. For a moment, my entire body forgets how. Because I'm not just in the story. I am the story. I scroll, numb, reading the commentary that follows like some out-of-body experience. So the romance writer was a plant? Wasn't she talking about him in her blog? Was this whole thing a PR stunt? Anyone else think this feels deeply manipulative? And then the one that hits hardest. Imagine thinking you're falling for someone only to find out you were a data point all along. I let the phone drop to the floor. It lands screen up, blinding in the dim light, mocking me with its casual betrayal. He did this. Joshua. The man who looked at me like I was unpredictable magic in a world of spreadsheets. The man who cooked me dinner and listened like he was memorizing the shape of my thoughts. The man who kissed me like he meant it. He played me. I stand up too fast. The room tilts for a second. My stomach is full of something jagged and raw, not just heartbreak, humiliation. I think of our first date. The weird, too perfect way that pediatric surgeon talked about his ex. The guy with the couple's costume. The one who recited Wikipedia facts about jazz like he thought it would impress me. They weren't just bad matches. They were intentional, crafted, designed. To what? Break me down, make me more susceptible to him? I can't stop pacing. My feet carry me from room to room like I'm looking for something. Proof this isn't happening, maybe. A reason to believe this isn't what it looks like. But it is. It's exactly what it looks like. I was the control group in a lab experiment disguised as romance. I was manipulated. And worse, I fell for it. God. He probably thought it was poetic. Irony, data style. The romance novelist getting seduced by the very algorithm she swore couldn't work. I grab my phone, my fingers trembling. I scroll. No text from him. No explanation. No apology. Not even a warning. Just silence. That's what destroys me. Not the story. Not the press. Him. How could he look at me like that? Touch me like that? And still lie? I sink to the couch and bury my face in my hands, my chest heaving. This isn't a chapter I know how to write. This isn't a heartbreak I can shape into something beautiful or funny or redemptive. This is betrayal. Clinical. Calculated. It makes me question everything. Every laugh. Every look. Every moment where I thought maybe, just maybe, he was falling for me too. My phone buzzes again. A message. From him. I stare at it for a full minute before I open it. Joshua, I need to explain. I made mistakes. Before I knew you, before I understood what this could become, please let me talk to you. I want to throw the phone. I want to scream. But I don't. Instead, I type exactly what I feel. Me. No more explanations. No more variables. I'm not a test. I'm not your breakthrough. We're done. I hit send. Then I turn off the phone. I don't even dare open my laptop. I don't write. Because what I'm feeling right now, this isn't a story. This is real. And it hurts like hell.
Chapter 16. Joshua. Her response comes exactly 7 minutes after I text her. It's not long. But it's long enough to feel the shift in the air the moment when possibility turns to finality. When the silence between two people stops being potential and becomes a wall. Brenda, no more explanations, no more variables. I'm not a test. I'm not your breakthrough. We're done. I read it twice. A third time. The screen stays lit longer than it should, like it's waiting for me to contradict it. To argue, to plead. But I don't. Because the words land with precision. Not rage or heartbreak. Clarity. She's made up her mind. I'm still standing in the elevator of my building when the doors close and the floor starts to rise. My reflection stares back at me from the polished steel, still composed, still pristine. But my throat feels tight, my chest hollow. I don't know what to do with this kind of silence. It's not the productive kind, not the efficient kind. This isn't meditation. It's the echo left after something vital has been ripped out, and the space hasn't figured out what to do with itself yet. My phone buzzes again, an email this time. A press summary. The story has gone national. Every outlet has a different spin, but the narrative is the same. Joshua Graves manipulated dating matches to prove his app's accuracy. One of those matches was Brenda Carter, romance writer, public figure, beloved chaos gremlin of the internet. The headlines are brutal. Love or lab rat. Eve Corp CEO under fire for algorithmic deception. Romance author used in beta test scandal. Was it all fiction? Tech billionaire breaks heart. Internet in one swipe. The irony is almost poetic. Brenda would probably write that line, would have written it. I step into my apartment and immediately regret the stillness. The space that once calmed me now feels sterile. Cold. Like her absence has rewritten the air. I sit at the edge of the couch, staring at my hands like they might have answers. Like they could explain why I'm unraveling over a woman who only came into my life because I put her there, because that's the truth. I orchestrated this. I pulled her into a simulation, watched her fumble through chaotic dates, read every line she wrote as if it wasn't about me. The worst part is I fell for her long before she ever touched my hand. Before she ever touched me. Oh God, the realization slams into me like a semi-wheeler truck. I tried to predict the outcome. I thought if I could control every variable, I could manufacture something resembling love. I just didn't realize that the thing I was creating wasn't a result. It was her. My phone buzzes. I ignore it. It's probably Mara. She's been circling like a hawk, waiting for me to salvage the company with a press conference or a strategic apology tour. I already know her angle, control the narrative, offer Brenda an NDA and a check with more zeros than most people see in a lifetime. Well, but that's not what this needs. That's not who Brenda is. She doesn't want my money. She wanted my honesty, and I didn't give it to her. I stand slowly, walking to the window that overlooks the skyline. The city looks indifferent, efficient, just like I taught myself to be. But I can't hide inefficiency now. Not when the only person who made this place feel alive just burned me out of her life with a few perfectly placed words. I think of her face the way she bit her lip when she was about to say something honest. The way she made my kitchen feel like it had warmth instead of just structure. The way her eyes flared when she was annoyed and softened when she forgot to protect herself. I think of the way she said, "We're done," and how she didn't ask for an explanation. Because she didn't need one, she already knew. And still, she let herself fall. She let me in. She let us become something real. And I broke it. On purpose. Out of fear. Out of pride. Out of that old, gnawing belief that love isn't real unless it fits into neat little models. I close my eyes and whisper something that feels like a confession. I'm sorry. The damage is done. Now I have to figure out if I'm brave enough to rebuild something I was never supposed to destroy in the first place. Not for the company or the press. For her.
Chapter 17. Brenda, the cookies are burning. Not just a little crisped around the edges. I mean charcoal puck ruin your baking sheet burning. And I don't even blink. The kitchen is full of smoke and sarcasm as Lana flings open the oven and waves a dish towel like she's swatting demons. Brenda, are you trying to fumigate us into an early grave? I don't answer. I'm sitting cross-legged on the floor, back against the pantry door, still holding a measuring cup full of sugar I never poured. I press it to my chest like a hot water bottle, even though it's room temperature and absolutely not helping. Lana glares at the blackened tray. These are a hate crime against pastry. I shrug. She kicks the oven shut and crouches in front of me. Her braid is frizzing like she's been electrocuted, and her shirt says "Nope" in massive block letters that feel spiritually relevant. Okay, we're gonna do a little exercise, she says. You blink once if you're spiraling, twice if you're planning murder. I blink. Slowly. Once. Lana sighs. Fantastic. She plucks the cup from my hands and replaces it with a glass of wine. No stem. Half full. No questions. So, she says, sitting beside me. Want to talk about it? I drain the wine like it might rinse the betrayal out of my throat. The burn isn't enough. He matched me with a man who brought a puppet to a first date, I say finally. A puppet, Lana. Lana snorts, but when I look at her, she schools her face fast. I'm sorry. That's horrifying. Also, how did I not hear about that one? Because I thought it was just bad luck, I mutter, pulling my knees to my chest. Now I know it was a programming choice. She takes a careful sip of her own glass. So, how much did he control? I grab the folded paper sitting on the counter and toss it at her. Page 3, scroll to the bottom. She opens the printout. Her eyes scan quickly. Oh, damn. Yep, you were literally a case study, and he kissed me anyway. There's a long pause. I feel Lana's gaze on me, but I keep mine locked on the cookie-shaped crime scene across the room. I don't know what's worse, I say, my voice low. That he lied, or that he made me want it to be real. Lana's quiet for a beat too long. I turn my head and catch her watching me with something suspiciously like sympathy. I can't handle sympathy right now. I push myself off the floor and start pulling bowls from the cabinet. Okay, she says. Are we baking again? Because the kitchen is still a war zone, and I'm not sure my lungs can handle another blast. We're making breakup cookies, I mutter, slamming the flour on the counter. Brenda. Double chocolate, with sea salt. I need to stir something before I throw something. She stands. Right. Okay. Flour, sugar, passive aggression. Got it. I mix furiously. There's flour in my curls, chocolate on the counter, and my elbow knocks over the wine glass. Shattering it against the floor, I freeze. Lana doesn't say anything. She just grabs a towel and starts cleaning it up. I lean over the counter and whisper, I feel stupid. She doesn't correct me, which somehow makes it worse. I let him in, I say. He told me about his ex, his parents. He cooked for me, Lana. He remembered my wine preference. He said he wanted to learn. Maybe he did, she says gently. But he already knew the ending. He wrote it before I even opened the damn door. I bite down on my lip hard enough to taste blood. I trusted him. The confession comes out raw. Lana wraps her arms around me from behind. I lean into her like I'm not made of bones anymore. You don't trust easily, she murmurs. That makes what he did worse. But it doesn't make you weak. I don't answer. I just rest my head on her shoulder and close my eyes. The silence settles. She eventually lets go, wipes her hands, and starts scooping cookie dough onto the sheet like we're making edible therapy. You gonna write about it? She asks casually. I don't know, I say. I haven't opened my blog since the story broke. The login screen feels radioactive. She nods like she gets it. Then she glances at me with a gleam in her eye. Can I post a dramatic quote about trust on my Instagram stories and pretend it's not about him? I laugh. Just a little. You're the worst. And you're a marshmallow in combat boots, she says, flicking a bit of dough at me. So we balance out. I wipe it off my cheek and reach for the next scoop. The cookies go into the oven. And maybe I'll go back into the world eventually.
Chapter 18. Joshua. The office smells like coffee and quiet panic. It's too early for half my team to be in, but the glass-walled conference room is already full. No one's talking loud enough to disturb the tension, but they don't need to. It's baked into the air. I can see it in the way Mara's typing without blinking, in the way James is drinking his cold brew like it's a life preserver, and in the way no one looks directly at me. I slide into the end of the table. Mara glances up. Good morning. It's not. Let's start, I say. James clears his throat and taps the tablet in front of him, flipping it toward me. The press cycle is still brutal. We've been trending for 18 hours. Brenda's name is in half the top headlines. I nod once. I already know. I know the hashtags. Hashtag algorithm gate. Hashtag justice for Brenda. Hashtag love experiment lies. I know the memes. My face pasted over villains, robots, data mining dystopia characters. I'm a trending punchline now. But that's not what bothers me. What bothers me is the photo of Brenda that keeps getting used. It's from her old author profile. She's smiling in it, but just slightly, like she's trying to be brave in a world she still wants to believe in. The fact that I helped take that belief away makes my chest feel hollow. User retentions dropped 10% overnight, Mara adds, flipping to another slide. The public sentiment index is bottoming out. Investors want your resignation, or a miracle. Do we have a miracle on standby? I ask dryly. Mara doesn't smile. James coughs again. There is an option. PR wants to float a statement where you claim romantic involvement clouded your judgment, a one-time breach of protocol. We admit emotional bias, plead human fallibility, yada yada, paint it as a love story gone sideways. I stare at him. Are you asking me to romanticize emotional manipulation? It's not manipulation if you fell for her, Mara says, voice low. Which, judging by your complete implosion the last 24 hours, you did. I push my chair back and stand. This meeting's over. Joshua. I won't sell a sanitized version of what happened. Not to protect Eve, not to protect me. James blinks. So what are you going to do? The question lingers as I leave the room. I don't know the answer. But I know what I won't do. I won't insult Brenda by pretending the damage I did was incidental. It wasn't. I made choices. I set a chain of events in motion. I controlled too much and admitted too little. And now she's out there, possibly believing that every moment between us was manufactured. I step into my office, close the door, and lean against it. Her voice is still in my head. I'm not your breakthrough. She was never just a point of data. But I treated her like one anyway. I sink into my chair, open my laptop, and type a single line of code. Not to fix anything, to break something. Terminate Eve public. The cursor blinks. I hit enter. The system pauses, then accepts the command. It's done. Eve is offline. I've just shut down the algorithm I spent a decade building, the app that got me my first billion, the system that made me a household name. Gone, because love isn't logic. And even if I lose everything, my credibility, my company, my reputation, I won't keep pretending this is about metrics anymore. This was about her. I grab my phone. My hands are steady now. Joshua. I shut it down. Not for PR. Not for optics. Because the moment I realized I hurt you, the rest didn't matter. I know it doesn't fix what I broke. But I needed you to know. I chose you over everything. I hit send. No edits, polish, or delay. Then I sit in the quiet and wait for a silence I know I've earned.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need, and you can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylerwalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself, because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler. Chapter 19. Brenda. I don't mean to watch it. Honestly, I was halfway through my I'm Never Falling in Love Again playlist, wearing a face mask that smells like marshmallows and anxiety, licking brownie batter off a spatula like it's a coping strategy. But Lana storms into my apartment like a hurricane in ripped jeans and fury. Turn on the TV. She pants, breathless and waving her phone like a sword. Channel 7, right now. I don't want to see another meme with my face on it. Thanks. Not a meme, a meltdown. His. She grabs the remote off the coffee table like she pays rent and flips it on. And there he is, Joshua Graves. Live. In a charcoal suit, no tie, standing in front of a massive screen that once displayed glowing compatibility data, but now reads, "We were wrong." The studio audience is quiet. The cameras are still. And he's looking straight ahead, jaw clenched, voice steady in the way people only get when everything they care about is already on fire. I created Eve because I believed love was a pattern, he says. A product of behavior. Trackable, predictable, programmable. He swallows. I sit down, slowly. But I made a mistake. Not just with the algorithm, with her. My heart stutters. I manipulated outcomes to prove a theory. I tried to force meaning out of metrics. And in the process, I hurt the one person who showed me what love actually is. He looks broken, but not performative. There's no script in his hands, no flashy PowerPoint behind him. Just a man standing in the rubble of his own pride, trying to say something real for the first time. He continues, I shut down EV today, not because I was forced, not because of legal pressure, because it was the right thing to do. A pause. And because the algorithm didn't make me fall for her. It couldn't, because real love doesn't come from data. The screen cuts to black. I don't realize I'm crying until Lana nudges a tissue into my hand. Oh, sweetie, she murmurs. I shake my head, mute. My phone buzzes in my lap. A message. Joshua. I shut it down, not for PR, not for optics. Because the moment I realized I hurt you, the rest didn't matter. I know it doesn't fix what I broke. But I needed you to know. I chose you over everything. I close my eyes, and for one stupid, agonizing second, I want to forgive him. I want to believe that maybe people can change. That maybe love can survive manipulation. That maybe this wasn't all a lie. Lana clears her throat. There's more, she says. What? She hesitates, then flips her phone around. Check your email. I do. It's from my agent. Subject line, urgent. Brand opportunity, Eve fallout. Inside is a forwarded message from a PR firm. High-end, sleek. I can practically smell the retainer fees through the screen. They're proposing a strategy, a recovery arc, they call it. 2 public figures, 1 viral scandal, a love story redefined. What if the narrative isn't betrayal? What if it's redemption? There's more. A proposal, a literal multi-slide PDF deck suggesting that Joshua and I reunite publicly. Fake engagement. Temporary. Contractual. It says, romantic scandal becomes modern fairy tale. The CEO who gave up everything for love. The writer who inspires him to live unrehearsed. Together, they restore public trust, while controlling the narrative on their own terms. I snort. Lana reads over my shoulder and mutters, this is either marketing genius or the setup for a Netflix miniseries where someone dies in a hot tub. I don't even know what I feel right now, I whisper, because I don't. He lied. He kissed me. He hurt me. And then he burned down everything he built for me. There's a knock on the door. Lana and I freeze. She peers through the peephole. It's him. I don't move. She turns. Want me to send him away? I shake my head. Then just as quickly I nod. Then I change my mind again. Let him in. The door opens. Joshua stands there, looking tired and raw and entirely human. He doesn't speak. Neither do I. He steps forward slowly, holds out the same contract I just read. I'm not asking for forgiveness, he says. I'm asking for a chance to make this right, Dot. You don't have to agree to the proposal. It's my team thinking it will help. But I'm being honest right now. Even if it hurts, you can tell me no. I stare at the folder, then at him, and something in my chest, some old stubborn spark of romantic masochism, flickers. 2 months, I say. His brows lift. What? I'll play the part for 2 months. Then I walk. A beat of silence ensues. Then he nods. His face is full of disbelief. Well, I don't believe in myself, too. Agreed. Lana walks in behind me with 2 glasses of wine. She looks at me as if judging me, but then she shrugs her shoulders. Oh, good, she says, sipping. We're doing this.
Chapter 20. Joshua. The ring is too tight. Not literally, it fits her perfectly. Sized precisely after I obsessively zoomed in on a dozen author event photos and cross-referenced with jewelry databases, because that's what I do. But on her hand, it looks dangerous, like a warning sign dressed up in diamonds. And the way she's wearing it, casually, like it means nothing feels like punishment. This isn't a real engagement, Brenda says, watching me from the passenger seat as I pull into the private garage under my building. She's balancing a steaming to-go cup in one hand and holding her phone in the other like she's scrolling through landmines. It's a business arrangement, she continues, with a shelf life and a press strategy and 0 opportunity for emotional landmines. Somehow my publishers thinks this will help my tanking career. Imagine, the romance author doing real-life Cinderella romance, just the red flag kind. Understood. I just listen to her ramble on. And I get to veto any wardrobe choices where you try to make me look like a Stepford fiancé. Fair. Also, we're not doing PDA, unless it's on the approved calendar. I'll send a revised PDA schedule. She pauses, and no weird tech monitoring me in the apartment. I'm not waking up to facial recognition software calculating my REM cycles. I already disabled all tracking modules. Her head tilts toward me slowly. You're really committed to this being fake, huh? I grip the wheel. I'm committed to doing what it takes to fix what I broke. She doesn't answer, but she doesn't get out of the car yet either. When I finally park, she's silent, looking up through the windshield like she's trying to memorize the architecture, or psych herself up to walk into enemy territory. We can do this, I say. I know. But the way her hand hovers over the door handle tells me she's lying. Not about doing it, about what it's going to cost. The elevator ride to the penthouse is tense. Not the I'm mad at you kind of tense. Not even the this is awkward kind. This is the kind of tension that lives in the space between 2 people who have kissed before and are now pretending they didn't like it. She stands with her arms crossed, staring straight ahead. The ring catches the light. People are going to believe this, she says. That's the idea. But the part they'll believe is the worst one, the lie. I look at her. Her curls are pulled up today. Soft gold hoops. Lipstick the color of ripe berries. She looks like poetry dressed in combat boots. They won't know it's a lie, I say. She turns her head slowly. That's what scares me. The elevator doors open. I lead her into the penthouse. She stops short. You cleaned. I raise an eyebrow. You thought I wouldn't? I thought you'd sterilize, but this is human. She walks past the kitchen island where a new vase of sunflowers sits, her favorite, I remember now, and into the living room, where I've swapped out the minimalist art for actual canvases. Color, texture, things that make a place feel less like a glass prison, and more like somewhere you'd want to breathe. She touches the edge of the couch. You didn't do this for the press. No. You did it for me? Yes. Silence again. She walks down the hall, disappearing into the guest bedroom, the one I converted into her temporary suite. The door closes and I exhale. By the time the PR team arrives with cameras and scripts and an agenda built to monetize heartbreak, I've already lost track of what's real and what's rehearsal. Brenda emerges in jeans and a silky emerald top that makes her skin glow like the kind of warmth I can't touch anymore. She holds her coffee like a sword. Mara takes one look at us and mutters, "Good. You look like a couple on the edge of a very expensive divorce." Brenda smiles sweetly. "Perfect. I'll just channel every rom-com where the heroine fakes love and then shoves a croissant in the guy's face." "Do you want a croissant to throw?" I ask. "No, I want a time machine, but a pastry is a close second." We sit for the shoot posed on the couch like a cover story. Brenda's shoulder brushes mine. She doesn't lean in, but she doesn't move away. And when the photographer says, "Can we try a smiling one?" she rolls her eyes but obliges. And for a second she smiles at me. Not the fake one, not the camera-ready one, the one I remember, the one I want back. After the team leaves, she heads to her new room without a word. I stay in the living room, still wearing my PR smile, trying not to notice how quiet the apartment feels again, or how loudly my heart is hoping for something it's not allowed to want.
Chapter 21. Brenda. The bed is too soft. I know that sounds dramatic. Who complains about a memory foam mattress that probably costs more than my entire childhood home? But still, it's too perfect. The kind of bed that supports your spine, your anxiety, and your ability to lie awake at 1 a.m., questioning every life choice that led you here. I roll over again. My silk bonnet is half off. I've kicked the covers off and pulled them back up 5 times. The air is cool and lavender-scented, but I'm sweating like I'm about to testify before Congress. I stare at the ceiling. Somewhere down the hall, he is probably reading something titled Crisis Management in Romantic Branding, or making a color-coded spreadsheet of acceptable hand-holding durations for future public appearances. Because Joshua Graves doesn't sleep, he reloads. And me? I crumble. I kick off the sheets entirely and climb out of bed. My robe is barely tied when I crack open the bedroom door and tiptoe down the hall. I don't even know what I'm looking for. Water? Air? A less painful memory? I reach the kitchen and freeze. He's already there. Of course he is. Standing in front of the fridge in black pajama pants and a worn t-shirt that says MIT Robotics Club, barefoot and bewilderingly hot. There's a glass of water in his hand, and his hair is slightly mussed, just enough to remind me he's human, just enough to ruin me. He doesn't notice me at first, so I stare at the muscles in his forearms, at the way his back moves when he breathes, at the stupid veins in his stupid hands that I used to imagine tracing with my fingers. God, it's so unfair. When he turns and sees me, he blinks like I surprised him. "Can't sleep?" he asks. I shake my head and walk past him to the cabinet. "Your mattress is too confident. It made a decision about my spinal alignment without consulting my body." He huffs a laugh, low and surprised. I pour myself water and lean against the counter. We're 2 feet apart, close enough to kiss. Too far to recover if we do. "Did you always sleep this little?" I ask. "Or is this a new thing? Post-apocalyptic." "I've always slept in cycles." "That's terrifying. It's efficient." "God, even your insomnia is optimized." He half smiles, but it fades fast. I can feel the weight in the air. Neither of us knows how to navigate this version of us. The public-facing couple, the fake fiancé dynamic, the memories that hover, unwanted but insistent. "Brenda." I flinch at how gently he says my name. I know this is hard. "You don't know anything about what this is," I say, sharper than I mean to. He steps back, just barely. But I see it. The retreat. "I'm doing this for you," he says. "No, you're doing it to clean up your mess." "Same thing." "No, Joshua, it's really not." The silence is loaded. He turns away, leans on the counter, stares at the marble like it might answer for him. I wait. Softly, he says, I don't know how to make this easier. I want to tell him he can't. That easy left the building around the same time he decided to play God with my love life. But then I look at him. Really look. His jaw is tight, but his shoulders sag like he's holding too much and not sure where to put it. His hands are still on the glass like he doesn't trust them to do anything else. And for a second, just a sliver of a heartbeat, I remember what it felt like when he kissed me. When it wasn't performative. When it wasn't paid. When it felt like the first honest thing either of us had ever done. Can we not talk about it tonight? I say quietly. Can we just exist? He turns back to me, nods once. We stand there in the kitchen, drinking water and avoiding eye contact. And it should feel ridiculous. But it doesn't. It feels real, in the softest, most inconvenient way. Eventually, I yawn. Back to the mattress of judgment, I mutter. Do you want to switch rooms? I glance up. He's serious. I shake my head. You don't have to give me your bed. It's fine. I'm not going to take your sanctuary. His eyes flicker. It stopped feeling like one a long time ago. I don't have a good answer to that, so I just walk past him, brushing his arm by accident. Or maybe not. Either way, I don't look back, but I swear I can feel him watching me, all the way down the hall.
Chapter 22. Joshua. The suit fits like armor, pressed, precise. Charcoal with a subtle pattern that says, I'm respectable, but I might ruin your algorithm with a whisper. Mara approved it. She has a sixth sense for PR optics and emotional self-destruction, so I trusted her. Brenda, however, does not appear to have trusted anyone this morning. She emerges from the guest room like a goddamn hurricane, wrapped in satin-fitted black jumpsuit, low neckline, hair piled up like she's seconds from a Vogue cover shoot, and hoop earrings big enough to lasso my dignity. Her lips are a berry red that I'm certain should be illegal before 9 a.m., and she's furious, not outwardly. No, that would be easy. She's doing that thing she does where her walk is too calm and her eyes are too quiet and everything she touches is just slightly too gentle. It's Brenda's version of walking into a room with a flamethrower and politely asking if anyone smells gas. You look like a god, she says as she adjusts her earring in the mirror by the elevator. I blink. Thank you? It wasn't a compliment, it was a warning. I suppress a sigh. Do I get clarification? Or is this going to be one of those mornings where everything I say is wrong? She presses her lips together, then turns. You smiled like a hostage in those engagement photos. I had to scroll past 12 comments asking if you were blinking SOS in Morse code. I don't smile on command, I mutter. Well, learn. The elevator opens. She walks in without waiting. I follow. We stand shoulder to shoulder in the sleek glass box, descending into the parking garage and a media ambush I did, in fact, schedule. She glances at our reflection in the mirrored walls. I look like your accessory. You look stunning. Her eyes flick toward me, fast and unreadable. That wasn't the point, she says. I know. The silence tightens. I take a breath. Brenda. Nope, she says, holding up a hand. We're not having a feelings chat in an elevator. That's where people get murdered or seduced. I'm not trying to do either. That's your mistake. The doors open. Flashes pop. Shouting starts, cameras, microphones. A frenzy of lenses and expectations. I reach for her hand. She hesitates, then slides her fingers into mine. And just like that, the act begins. We smile. We wave. We pose. Brenda laughs on cue, leans her head toward me. Does that thing with her mouth where it quirks like she's secretly amused by her own private joke. Everyone eats it up. I play the role. Joshua Graves. Emotionally reformed. Desperately in love. The man who took down his own tech empire for the woman who believes in chaos, and cookies, and love that doesn't come with terms and conditions. We get into the car, the doors close, and the silence feels like the end of a scene. Brenda exhales slowly. That was exhausting. You were brilliant! I was performing, she says flatly. Yes, and you were brilliant. She turns to me. For a second, just one heartbeat, she looks at me like she used to. Then it's gone, replaced by steel and wariness and a wall I built with my own hands. I'm not going to fall for you again, Joshua, she says quietly. I'm not asking you to. But I want her to. God, I want her to. It's like an ache that refuses to go away.
Chapter 23. Brenda. The car ride is a silent truce with expensive leather seats. Joshua stares out the tinted window, like he's meditating through a root canal. I twist the engagement ring on my finger like it owes me answers. Across from us, Mara reads the day's plan like a war general. 1 hour lunch, outdoor seating, limited press access, but they've already gathered out front, she says. You'll walk in together, sit side by side, minimum 3 affectionate interactions. I raise an eyebrow. What counts as affectionate? Laughing at his jokes, touching his arm, maybe leaning on his shoulder like he's your emotional support spreadsheet. Joshua's lip twitches. I say nothing. We pull up to Argent, one of Manhattan's most high-profile rooftop lunch spots. Open air, ultra-modern, full of trendy people pretending to forget they're being watched. The kind of place where everyone wants to be seen. And if they aren't, they tweet about it. The hostess smiles too brightly when she sees us. Mr. Graves, Miss Carter, right this way. Joshua places a hand on my lower back as we follow her to our table. It's not inappropriate. It's practiced. I feel the heat of it through the silk. The table is set for 2, side-by-side seating, facing the skyline. I sit. He follows. The moment we're down, I hear the clicks. Paparazzi. Far enough to respect distance laws, but not nearly far enough to miss a moment. Joshua glances at the menu like it's a tax form. I stir my lemonade like I'm not breaking into emotional hives. They're watching, he says softly, still not looking at me. I know. He says something dry about the foie gras trend. And I laugh too loud because it looks good on camera. He brushes a curl off my shoulder, gently, unexpectedly. And the corner of my mouth lifts before I remember we're in public. It's a scene, and we're the stars. Remember the last time we went to a restaurant? I murmur, eyes on the tiny camera lens tucked behind a fern. You ordered 3 desserts and 1 entree. And you said, statistically, dessert first leads to glucose regret. You ignored me. I still do. He chuckles. It's low, real, and unfortunately sexy. God, this would be easier if he didn't sound like a bedtime sin in a $1 billion suit. Midway through our grilled scallops, a server comes over, flushed and nervous. Sorry to interrupt, but could I possibly get a picture of you 2 for my sister? She's a huge fan of the blog. She cried when you guys reunited. Joshua and I exchange a look. Of course, I say, before I can think better of it. The server hands her phone to someone nearby. She stands behind us, posing like we're royalty. Joshua leans into me. His arm goes around my shoulder. His cheek touches mine. I stop breathing. The picture is taken. The server thanks us, leaves. But Joshua doesn't pull away. Not right away. And when he does, it's slow. Measured. He looks at me like he's not sure how much of it was pretend. Neither am I. The air between us buzzes. I stab a piece of asparagus like it deserves violence. The check comes. He pays with a nod and a card that probably has more zeros than my soul. Outside, the flashes restart. He holds my hand. We smile. And for one shining moment, we look like everything the world wants us to be. until we get back into the car and the door shuts and we're just us again. Unscripted, undone. And I'm still freaking heartbroken.
Chapter 24. Joshua. She smelled like lemon sugar and a dare. The entire lunch was an act, one we performed flawlessly. But now in the back seat of the car, silence settles between us like a verdict neither of us can appeal. Brenda sits angled toward the window, one leg crossed over the other, foot bouncing lightly like she's fighting to keep still. Her profile is all clean lines and stubbornness, framed in sunlight. She hasn't spoken since we slid into the SUV, though I saw the muscle in her jaw twitch when the door shut behind us. My hand still buzzes faintly where it touched the bare skin of her shoulder. I don't know how to want less than everything. It's always been my flaw. If it doesn't serve a purpose, I discard it. Control or eliminate. Don't let it consume you. But there's no eliminating Brenda. She's in my bones now, uncoded, unquantifiable, and very possibly unattainable. I glance at her again. She's scrolling through her phone with the kind of expression you wear when you're daring the internet to try her. I don't ask what she's reading. I already know. The photos from lunch are everywhere. One in particular keeps surfacing. My arm around her shoulders, her hand resting lightly on my chest, our faces so close, you'd think we were whispering promises we meant. The internet believes in us more than she does. That should feel like victory. It doesn't. The car turns onto the expressway. Still no words between us. Finally, I say, "You were incredible today." Brenda doesn't look up. "I'm always incredible." "You are." I agree quietly. That earns me a glance. Short, sharp, but not cold, just uncertain. Like she hasn't decided if my flattery is part of the performance or something more dangerous. "I forgot how easy it is to smile when you're doing it," I add. She doesn't respond, which is fine. I'm used to silence, but hers slices. "I saw the photo," she says finally. "The one that's everywhere." I nod. "I know." "They think we're in love. Do you think we're good liars?" "I think we're excellent liars," she says. "That's the problem." The car slows as we near the building. I feel a weight pressing behind my ribs. I clear my throat. It didn't feel fake. She freezes, then smiles. Not the soft kind, the dagger kind. "You should stop saying things like that, Joshua." "Why?" "Because it makes it harder to keep pretending I don't miss you." The words are out of her mouth before she can stop them. She blinks, shocked at herself. So am I. But I don't gloat, not pressing on, but deep down, my heart's racing like crazy. Instead I say, "I miss you too." It's not romantic, not dramatic, just real. Maybe that's why it hits harder than anything else I've said to her in weeks. We pull into the underground garage. The silence returns, but this time, it carries something else. Not resentment, not just tension. A thread of something fragile and frayed, longing. We step out of the car. Brenda walks ahead, shoulders squared, spine stiff. But she pauses at the elevator, waiting for me to catch up. We ride to the penthouse in silence again. But this one isn't punishing. It's anticipatory. Something has shifted. She unlocks her phone as we step inside. "I'm going to take a shower." "Okay?" She stops halfway down the hall, turns. "I left a note on the mirror." I frown. "What note?" She shrugs. "Just thought I'd remind you how this ends. Contracts don't write themselves." Then she disappears into her room. I don't move. I just stand there in the stillness of my very expensive, very quiet home. Wishing I'd learned how to love before I learned how to fake it. You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylerwalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylerWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler.
Chapter 25. Brenda. The shower's on full blast, scalding, and I stand under it like I'm trying to shed skin. My curls are coiled tightly under the pressure, water cascading past my shoulders, sliding down my back and into the grooves of tension I've been carrying since I slipped that ring on for the cameras. I haven't cried, not because I don't want to, because I physically can't. My body won't give me that release. Instead, it just hums, tight, alert, like it's waiting for something to snap. I scrub harder than necessary. By the time I step out, the mirror is fully fogged, and the lipstick message I left for myself earlier, "Don't forget, 2 months, no slipping," has melted into a pinkish smear, bleeding down the glass like it knew I wouldn't follow through. I wipe the mirror clean. The reflection staring back looks nothing like the curated Brenda Carter in the engagement photos. This one has red-rimmed eyes, lips chapped from biting them too much, and skin blotchy from heat and restraint. I towel off, pull on an old black hoodie from a book signing I did years ago in Kansas City. The sleeves are too long, the hem frayed, the logo faded from Page Turner's bookstore to just Age NRS. I tug the hood up even though I'm inside. Armor, soft cotton armor. The penthouse is silent when I step out. Not eerie, just still. The kind of stillness that lives in hotels after checkout time, like the air's waiting to be used again. I pause at the end of the hallway, listening. No footsteps, no piano, no low-voiced calls from Joshua's study. Not even the occasional clink of ice in a glass. I make my way to the kitchen and open the fridge. Wine, of course. 6 chilled bottles, all way out of my tax bracket. I pick one with a handwritten label and a deep ruby tone that promises to go down like velvet and sin. No corkscrew needed. Joshua only stocks the kind with pressure-sealed caps, probably to optimize time. I don't bother with the glass. Just wrap both hands around the bottle. Like if I hold it tight enough, it'll pour certainty into my veins. I pad barefoot toward the living room, the hem of my hoodie brushing my thighs. The lights are low, casting golden shadows across the sharp edges of minimalist furniture and glass. And then I see him. Joshua. Asleep. Not in his bed, not in some perfectly constructed midnight office nest. On the couch. Head tilted against the armrest, long legs stretched out, one bare foot hanging off the edge like gravity got tired of arguing with his discipline. His shirt is creased, which is practically scandalous for him, and a paperback lies on his stomach. It takes me half a second to register the cover, then my heart kicks. It's my book, not the one people usually quote, the first one. My debut, the one I wrote before I knew how to edit myself, before I learned how to make my female leads less messy and my endings more tidy, before I learned to protect myself on the page. He's halfway through. There's a dog-eared fold on chapter 15, the chapter where the heroine admits she loves someone who doesn't know how to stay. I reach out slowly, pick the book up. Joshua stirs. His eyes blink open, sleepy, soft, raw, We stare at each other for a beat longer than is acceptable for fake fiancés. You were drooling on chapter 15, I say, stepping back and letting the book fall softly against my thigh. His voice is sleep-thick. It's the chapter where he tells her he's broken. My fingers tighten around the spine. I shrug. Takes one to know one. I turn to go. Don't want to have this conversation. I don't want any form of conversation. But I don't make it far. Brenda. His voice is quieter now. Awake. Careful. I don't stop, but I do slow. He pushes upright, rubbing a hand over his face. His eyes linger on me. My hoodie. The bottle still cradled against my chest. You look like a raccoon who just discovered red wine. I keep walking. You leave lipstick on mirrors, he adds, but you wipe it off before it dries. My steps falter. He stands. I whirl. Why were you reading my book? Because I wanted to understand you. I'm not a plot point, I snap. You don't get to analyze me like one of your variables. I wasn't analyzing, he says, moving closer. I was listening. To fiction? To your voice. I exhale sharply, then march past him to the couch and flop down with theatrical rage. This couch is too sleek. I miss crumb-filled cushions. I could leave crackers in the cushions if it helps. I glare at him. He sits beside me. Not too close, not too far. I hand him the bottle. He drinks straight from it without question. We sit there in silence. He smells like linen and library books, like warmth I'm not supposed to want anymore. Did you mean it? I ask suddenly. He doesn't ask what. You said it didn't feel fake. At the restaurant. He swallows. It didn't? I nod. Look away. Do you regret saying it? No. Do you regret meaning it? He doesn't answer. He doesn't have to. We pass the bottle back and forth like a peace treaty made of fermented grapes and poor decisions. Eventually, I slide down on the couch, curling my legs beneath me. He mirrors me, mirroring me too well. It should feel weird, but it doesn't. It feels like the part of a rom-com where the music would swell, the characters would almost kiss, and someone would burst in holding a pregnancy test or an eviction notice. Instead, it's just us, breathing, wanting, pretending not to. He brushes my pinky with his. It's a light touch, barely anything. But I don't pull away. I let it linger. Just for a second. Then I stand. I'm going to bed, I say. He nods. But as I walk away, I glance back. He's watching me, and it makes me almost falter. But I strengthen my resolve and walk away. Nothing good comes out of being manipulated.
Chapter 26, Joshua. Brenda's footsteps fade down the hall. I don't move. The bottle of wine rests beside me on the couch, still half full. Her lipstick smudges the rim. I could count the exact shades she cycles through. She favors plums, reds, and once, inexplicably, orange. But this one's different. Deeper. Subtler. Like she's trying not to draw attention, but can't help burning in soft focus. I run a thumb over the glass where her mouth touched. Then I set it down. The room feels hollow now, despite how much of her is still lingering in it. Her scent, floral and earthy, like bergamot and maybe honey, still clings to the upholstery. Her voice still rings faintly in my ears, clipped and sharp, but threaded with something I can't name. She asked if I meant it, that it didn't feel fake. I should have said more. But what words could I possibly offer her that haven't already been compromised? She used to look at me like I was a puzzle worth solving. Now she looks at me like I'm an experiment that failed the ethics review. And still, she didn't pull away when our pinkies touched. Still, she drank wine with me on a couch that hasn't seen human emotion since installation. Still, she let me read the book she wrote for a version of love she doesn't believe in anymore. The lights are too warm in here. I rarely notice it, but her presence does something to the space. Softens it. Warms corners I never knew were cold. I rise and grab the paperback from the coffee table. Her debut novel. Well-loved and dog-eared, thanks to me. I've been reading it slowly, rereading lines, tracking the subtle way her characters feel instead of saying it. She's better at showing love in fiction than I've ever been at experiencing it in real life. I flip back to chapter 15, the one she caught me on. The one where the male lead finally admits that loving her isn't the problem. It's the fear that she'll make him want a life he doesn't know how to live. It felt familiar the first time I read it. Now it feels prophetic. I tuck the book under my arm and walk quietly down the hall. Her door is closed, but light leaks out from underneath. She's not asleep yet. Of course she's not. I hesitate. My hand lifts. I don't knock. I keep walking. I stop in front of my own door. The room beyond is sterile, cold, designed for performance and precision, not comfort. I glance back at the guest room door just for a second, then retreat into my own solitude. Inside, I don't turn on the lights. I let the dim glow from the skyline fill the space instead. I set her book on the nightstand. Then I pace. Once, twice. I make it to the edge of the bed before I sit down, elbows on my knees, rubbing at the back of my neck like it might reset the tension coiling there. There's a notification on my phone. I swipe it open. Mara has sent a list of media pickups from today's lunch. Every outlet from BuzzFeed to The Times is covering our swoon-worthy comeback. There's a reel. A 10-second clip captured from a shaky phone across the patio, zoomed in on me, brushing a curl from Brenda's shoulder, and her smiling. Not her for the camera's smile, but the one I think I once earned. The comments scroll beneath. At romance royalty. If this is fake, I swear I will believe in nothing. At data drunk. Joshua Graves gave up $1 billion company and still looks like he'd die for her. Top-tier enemies to lovers content. At chaotic good reds. Can someone please get them a room so I can be free? I close the app. The thing is, we have a room. 2 rooms, actually, but I only want one. And I only want it if she's in it, too. I stand and walk toward the door, then stop again. Pace. Breathe. I can't keep pretending this isn't getting harder. Being near her. Seeing her bite the inside of her cheek when she's nervous. Watching her fingers twitch when she's holding back a retort. Listening to her breathe beside me in silence like the inhale might carry all the things she's not saying. It's all I think about. I rub a hand down my face. Then I pull the door open. Her light is still on. My feet move before I can rationalize it. I knock once. Brenda! There's a beat of silence. Then the door opens an inch. She's in that same hoodie, but her curls are loose now. Tumbled around her face like she shook them free just to remind the universe she's never going to be contained. She squints. Something wrong? No, I say. Yes, I don't know. She opens the door wider. Her eyes scan mine, and then she steps aside, inviting me in.
Chapter 27. Brenda. He stands in the doorway, tall and backlit by the hallway light, hair tousled, like he ran his hands through it a dozen times before knocking. His eyes are shadowed, unreadable, but the fact that he's here, at my door, past midnight, outside his perfectly scheduled comfort zone, says more than whatever he's working up the courage to say. Something wrong? I ask. He doesn't answer with words, just looks at me, and I feel it again. That stupid, traitorous heat that lives under my ribs when he looks at me like I matter. I step back. The door swings open wider. He hesitates, then steps inside. My room is dim. Just one bedside lamp casting a warm glow over the unmade bed. The open laptop. And the half-empty wine glass I abandoned an hour ago. There's a dog-eared paperback on the floor and a fuzzy blanket bunched at the foot of the mattress. like it tried to escape the tension and failed. Joshua closes the door behind him, gently. No sound, like he's afraid even the click might break whatever spell we're walking into. I cross my arms. He stuffs his hands into his pockets. "This is probably a bad idea," I say. "Probably." "You're still here." I am. The room holds its breath. I sit on the edge of the bed, legs crossed, hoodie riding up a little on my thighs. His gaze flicks there and then, sharply back up, jaw tightening. I pretend not to notice. He stays standing. I raise an eyebrow. "Are you planning to stare all night, or are you going to sit before you give yourself a posture cramp?" His lips twitch. I wasn't sure what I'm allowed to do in here. It's a room, not a war zone. He walks over slowly and sits beside me, carefully, like the bed might bite. His thigh brushes mine, just barely, but enough to send a ripple of awareness through me. He exhales. "I couldn't sleep." Me either. It's painfully obvious that we both can't sleep. Silence follows, and I glance sideways. His gaze is on my hands, my bare knees, the fraying hem of my hoodie. "You don't do well with quiet, do you?" I murmur. I don't know what to say in moments like this. "Then don't say anything." I lean back on my hands, stretching out, eyes drifting toward the ceiling. He follows. We sit like that. Shoulders brushing, bodies almost touching, but not quite. The tension in the room folds in on itself. Slow, delicious, torturous. He turns his head. "Is this allowed?" "What, sitting on a bed?" "No, this. Being near you and not pretending I don't want more." I meet his gaze. And this time, I don't look away. "You're not the only one pretending." The words hang there. Heavy, dangerous. His fingers twitch against the bedspread. My breath shudders out. He leans in, slowly, so slowly it's like watching time turn to syrup. His mouth is close to mine, not touching, hovering. 1 inch, maybe less. I don't move. He whispers, "Tell me to go." I don't. Instead, I close the distance. The kiss is soft. Too soft. Like we're testing the theory, a hypothesis of maybe. Then it deepens. My hand finds the back of his neck. His finds my waist. He pulls me closer, mouth parting against mine. And it's too much and not enough. And God, this was supposed to be fake. I straddle his lap before I realize what I'm doing. He exhales against my throat. I brace myself against his chest, palms splayed. He's warm beneath the thin cotton of his shirt. Real. Solid. His hands are on my hips now, holding but not forcing. Waiting. I pull back just slightly. He blinks up at me, chest rising faster now. His lips kiss-drunk and parted. I shake my head. This can't mean anything. I know. It was just a kiss. Another beat of breath follows. It's another lie we almost believe. Then I slide off his lap and back to my side of the bed. He doesn't reach for me again, and I'm grateful. Because if he did, I wouldn't stop him. Not tonight, maybe not ever. We lay side by side in silence, our shoulders barely brushing. This time, neither of us moves away.
Chapter 28. Joshua. She's still asleep, or pretending to be. Either way, I haven't moved. I'm lying on my side, facing her, not touching. There's maybe 2 inches of space between us, less if I breathe the wrong way. The sun is bleeding in slow streaks through the cracks in her blackout curtains. The light spills across her bare legs, one knee curled toward her chest, the other angled just enough that the hem of her oversized hoodie has ridden up again. It's ridiculous how much effort it's taking me to stay still. Her hand is curled near her face, fingers twitching slightly in sleep. She murmurs something unintelligible and shifts, the movement dragging her curls over the pillow like ink on linen. A few strands spill toward me. I should close my eyes. I should turn away. Instead, I watch her. Breathe her in. Let myself feel the weight of what didn't happen. We kissed. God, did we kiss? And for a second, just one painfully short, breathless second, it felt like gravity had shifted, and this woman, this furious, brilliant, impossible woman, was something I could reach for. But then she pulled away. Not out of fear, out of control. And I let her go because this, whatever it is between us, can't survive another betrayal. Last night I lay beside her in the dark for what felt like hours. Not sleeping, just listening to her breath, the occasional twitch of her foot, the soft exhale she lets out when she's finally relaxed enough to let down her guard. It was the most intimate, non-sexual experience of my adult life, and I haven't even touched her since. She stirs. Her brow furrows slightly before she blinks her eyes open. Brown, warm, a little confused at first. Her lashes brush against her cheek before she focuses. On me. Her lips part. No words come. I wait. Are you watching me sleep? She rasps, voice half gravel, half velvet. Yes. She stretches one arm above her head, then drops it lazily between us. You're not going to pretend you weren't? No. She studies me for a second. What time is it? 6:28. She groans and drapes an arm over her face. Of course you know that without looking. I always know what time it is. You probably track your REM cycles too. I say nothing. She drops her arm and lifts a brow. Do you actually? I used to. She snorts, eyes fluttering shut again. The room is quiet. For once, it doesn't feel heavy. Did we... She begins, then pauses. I wait. She opens one eye. Did we make a mistake last night? My stomach coils, but I keep my face neutral. No. She hums. You answered that too fast. Because I'm sure. Brenda sits up slowly, legs folding under her, hoodie bunching around her hips. She picks at the corner of the duvet. It felt... dangerous. Real. I sit up too. She doesn't look at me. I resist the urge to reach for her. I don't want to blur lines again, she says softly. I barely know where they are anymore. They were never clear. Well, now they're neon pink and flashing bad idea. I nod once. Understood. She stands, crosses the room, and yanks open the curtains. Light floods in, and she squints against it like the sun personally betrayed her. I sit on the edge of the bed, watching her silhouette outlined in morning gold. You should go back to your room, she says, not turning around. I rise, smooth the bed sheets like that'll erase the memory of her warmth. At the door, I hesitate. Thank you. She looks over her shoulder, frowning. For what? For letting me stay. She doesn't answer, but she doesn't roll her eyes either. Progress. I leave the room quietly. My bare feet make no sound on the hardwood floor. Back in my room, I exhale for the first time since I woke up. I slide the door shut and lean against it like I'm holding something back. Because I am. If I let go, I might not be able to control myself.
Chapter 29. Brenda. The train rocks gently beneath us as the Hudson River slips by like a secret neither of us is willing to name. I sip my coffee and avoid looking at the reflection in the window. His reflection sitting beside me, expression unreadable and posture impossibly composed for someone being willingly dragged into the lion's den of a romance-themed destination wedding. Remind me why I agreed to this again? Joshua asks, eyes still on the screen of his phone. Because Mara said it would be good PR, I say sweetly. And because you didn't want to disappoint the fans who think we spend weekends dancing barefoot in moonlight and whispering algorithm-free love confessions. He sets the phone down. Do people actually think that? There's fan fiction. His jaw clenches. Of course there is. I smile into my cup. This is our first real trip together since this whole circus started. No penthouse walls, no safety net. Just me, him, and a weekend-long excuse to pretend we're the kind of couple who slow dance by bonfires and get caught making out in vineyards. We arrive at the estate just before noon. It's worse than I imagined. Better, but worse. The venue is a rom-com set come to life. Ivy-covered cottages, flower-draped archways, rows of fairy lights strung across wooden fences. There's even a hand-painted sign near the entrance. Welcome to Hannah and Micah's big boozy love weekend. I groan. Joshua stares at it like it personally offended him. Hannah used to be my roommate, I explain as we walk toward the check-in desk. She's dramatic and sweet, but mostly dramatic. He mutters something about hoping the estate has blackout curtains and a decent bourbon list. We're handed our keys, one key to one cottage. Cottage #4, the love nest. I blink. Joshua lifts an eyebrow. This is a joke, right? The receptionist beams. Oh no, it's one of our most requested honeymoon suites. Your friend said you two needed a weekend to reconnect. I glance over at Hannah, standing 10 feet away in a flower crown and combat boots, waving like she just won the bridal lottery. I'm going to kill her, Joshua exhales. We've stayed in tighter quarters. Yeah, but the last time we shared a bed, there wasn't a heart-shaped bathtub 3 feet from it. He doesn't look surprised. Is it pink? It's blush, and there are rose petals on the pillows. We step inside the cottage and, yes, it's worse than expected. Whitewashed walls, string lights, a queen-sized bed draped in sheer romantic fabric, candles, a record player spinning soft jazz in the corner like it sensed we were emotionally compromised and decided to lean in. Joshua stands in the middle of the room like someone just dropped him into a live Hallmark movie. There's no desk, he says. There's no couch, I add. We stare at the bed, at the one bed, at the monogrammed throw pillows that say, "Love you like XO" in sequins. I sigh. I'll take the left side. He nods. I sleep on the right. And somehow, that makes the whole thing feel 10 times more intimate. That night, after a rehearsal dinner full of aggressively affectionate toasts and 3 glasses of wine too many, we stumble back to the cottage under a moonlit sky. Joshua's hand brushes mine as we walk. Neither of us moves away. When we reach the door, I stop him with a hand on his arm. Tomorrow there's dancing. I don't dance. You will? I'm not interested in public humiliation. I lean in, close enough to smell the cedar soap he's been using all weekend. Then consider it private redemption. He huffs a laugh. Inside the room, it's cooler. Candlelight flickers softly. The bed is turned down. There are chocolates on the pillows. One reads, "You and me. Meant to be." Joshua picks it up, reads it, and then tosses it over his shoulder with zero fanfare. I sit on the edge of the bed and start pulling off my heels. You were good tonight, I say. He lifts an eyebrow. Good. You only looked like you wanted to murder 3 people. 2.5. I laugh. He softens. We change in silence. Then we climb into bed. It's too soft, too romantic, too tiny for the storm we're both pretending doesn't exist between us. But for once, we don't argue about it. He flips the switch. The room goes dark, and still, we don't move. Not away, not closer. Just there, breathing, waiting. And for the love of God, this waiting game close to breaking. Somehow, some way, the string will snap, and I don't want it from my freaking side. How am I supposed to go through this weekend?
Chapter 30. Joshua. The first thing I register is heat, not the stifling, uncomfortable kind. This heat is gentle, slow burning, coiled around me like a secret. It pulses with a rhythm that's not mine. The second thing I register is that I am not alone. Her knee is resting against my thigh. Her breath is warm at the base of my neck. And her palm, her small, infuriatingly soft palm, is pressed against my bare chest like it belongs there. I lie still. Dead still. My pulse thunders loud enough I'm worried it'll wake her. I don't know how we got like this. Last I remember, we were back to back, separated by the buffer zone we silently agreed on 2 inches of space and a mountain of unresolved tension. Now I'm wrapped in her like she's gravity. Her leg shifts, slides higher. Her thigh brushes mine, and I forget how to breathe. She murmurs something in her sleep, something incoherent and breathy, and then her fingers move. They curl just slightly over my heartbeat, a whimper of pressure that knocks the wind out of me. I glance down. Her lashes fan over her cheeks. Her lips are parted, the tiniest pink smudge of sleep still clinging to them. Her curls are a halo on my pillow, some of them tucked under my arm. She sighs again and nuzzles in closer. And that's when I realize I'm screwed. Not because we kissed 2 nights ago. Not because we're sharing a room with one bed and pretending to be a couple. No, I'm screwed because there is no performance here, no cameras, no one watching. And I still want to kiss her like I'm falling off a building and she's the only gravity I'll ever believe in. She shifts again, this time waking. Her nose scrunches, her fingers twitch. Then her brows furrow like something's off. Slowly her lashes flutter open. She freezes. We stare at each other. Neither of us moves. Her voice is a whisper, hoarse and hushed. Are you breathing? Barely. A beat of silence follows. Why are you awake already? I've been awake for a while. She blinks once, then twice. Her gaze flicks to her hand on my chest. She lifts it like it's burning. I feel the loss of her touch like a brand ripped off skin. I must have rolled over, she says quickly, eyes wide, voice too bright. You did, I say. Oh. More silence. She clears her throat and sits up. The blanket slips down, revealing her shoulder, the oversized neckline of her t-shirt drooping like it has no respect for boundaries. I sit up too. Slowly. She's trying to pretend it was nothing, but her cheeks are flushed. Her pulse flutters at her neck. I want to press my lips there and see if I can feel it race. She brushes her hair out of her face and mutters, You sleep like a statue, by the way. 0 movement. It's creepy. You cuddle in your sleep, I counter, voice even. She snaps her head toward me. I do not. You do. Lies. Brenda! She stops. Your knee was on my thigh. Your arm was across my chest. And at one point, I lean slightly forward. Your nose was in my neck. She groans. God, kill me. Kill me now. I smirk. It was pleasant. Her eyes narrow. You enjoyed it? Immensely. You're enjoying this, she accuses. Absolutely. You're evil. Statistically, I'm behaving quite reasonably. She groans again and flops back onto the bed with a dramatic sigh. I hate everything. You're blushing. I'm hot. It's the wine, and this blanket, and the memory of my own betrayal. I lift a brow. Your betrayal! My subconscious, she says, flailing an arm. Sold me out. I reach over, gently. Then I brush one of her curls behind her ear. She stills. But she doesn't move away. I lean in just enough to murmur. You smell like lavender and sin. Her breath catches. I feel it. Between us, the air shifts and the banter evaporates. She looks up at me, eyes wide, throat working. And I know if I kissed her right now, she'd let me. She'd kiss me back. And maybe this time, neither of us would pull away. But instead, I reach past her and grab my phone from the nightstand. Breakfast starts in 30 minutes, I say, like I didn't just think about tasting her skin. She lets out a shaky breath. Right. Yeah. Great. I stand, stretch, adjust my shirt. She watches me, lips parted, eyes flickering everywhere but my face. I pause at the door to the bathroom. You'll need to fix your hair. She arches a brow. What's wrong with it? I grin. Nothing. Unless you want the whole wedding party to know you spent the night nuzzled against me like a contented kitten. Her mouth drops open. You are a menace. I'm a delight. The door clicks shut behind me. And on the other side, I brace my hands on the counter and stare at my reflection. I look calm, collected, perfectly composed. But inside, my chest is chaos, and this is only day one.
Chapter 31. Brenda. The brunch is served on mismatched vintage china, under a canopy of wisteria and secrets. I'm sitting between Joshua and a man named Theo, who smells like sandalwood and speaks only in cocktail recipes. Across the long rustic table, the bride, my ex-roommate Hannah, is grinning at me like I'm about to do something scandalous and make her wedding more interesting, which frankly is rude and probably accurate. More peach Bellini, my favorite power couple, she calls, raising her glass and winking like she thinks she invented romance. I try not to make eye contact. Joshua doesn't move a muscle. I'm good, thanks, I say sweetly, gesturing toward my glass, still half full and trembling slightly in my hand. Joshua, without looking away from his plate, reaches over and steadies it with 2 fingers. 2 fingers. Just gently enough to make me feel like the cup is the least of what's shaking. People are watching, he murmurs, barely audible. I take a deep breath, plaster on a smile, and nudge my foot against his under the table, accidentally on purpose. Then stop looking like you're analyzing the mimosas for spyware. He huffs a soft, reluctant laugh, one that curls in my stomach and stays there. Across the table, Lana raises her eyebrow at me. She's perched diagonally opposite, looking like a smug bronzed goddess in wide-leg linen pants and cat-eye sunglasses. She takes a sip from her glass, then leans toward Hannah, whispering something behind her hand. Hannah bursts into delighted laughter. I narrow my eyes. You told her, didn't you? Lana shrugs innocently. Told her what? That this is fake. Another sip, another smile. Brenda, darling, you've already made eye contact with his mouth twice since the avocado toast arrived. Nobody here believes it's fake anymore. I shoot her a glare. She just beams. Then she turns to Joshua, voice too loud. You're going to the garden games later, right? Joshua blinks. What games? Oh, Hannah chirps, suddenly fully invested. We do these every year. Couples charades, partnered sack races, kissing booth selfies. Don't worry, that one's optional, unless you're very convincing. I start choking on a piece of melon. Joshua reaches over, pressing his napkin into my hand like I'm some fragile Victorian wife whose corset is too tight. I hate all of this, I mutter behind it. I know, he replies calmly, and somehow that makes it worse. Because he's right here, always right here. Silent, steady, warm at my side, not touching, but present in a way that makes me feel like the floor will drop out beneath me if he ever stops. Theo leans in suddenly. So, Brenda, how'd you two meet again? I heard it involved poetry and an elevator malfunction. I blink, then narrow my eyes at Lana. She toasts me from across the table. Tell it be. Joshua shifts slightly beside me. I glance at him. He meets my eyes and says without hesitation, "She spilled coffee on me in the Eve lobby. I called her a tornado. She said I had the emotional range of a cashew. It was love at first insult." The table erupts. Laughter, clapping, a few awes. One person audibly whispers, "God, I love enemies to lovers." I stare at him, stunned. He raises an eyebrow. "It's not the worst meet cute I've imagined. You improvised that." "You're welcome." I don't know whether to kiss him or kill him. We survive brunch. Barely. But the moment I stand, Joshua is at my side. He's criminally close that I can feel his warm breath on my skin. And then the bride herself loops her arm through mine and drags me away. "You," she says, voice full of syrup and chaos, "are so in love. It's disgusting. Hannah, you know I always said you'd fall hard someday. You were too dreamy not to. But him," she glances back at Joshua, who is now awkwardly accepting a croissant from Lana. "He's like emotionally constipated sexy. A man built for redemption arcs. Hannah, And he reads, Brenda. I caught him reading your book by the fire last night. Swooning, like a Victorian widow." I blink. My stomach dips. He was reading? Again? Hannah grins. "You're gonna marry him for real, aren't you?" I open my mouth and nothing comes out, because for a second I can't remember why it was fake in the first place. I glance back. Joshua's head is tilted slightly, listening to something Lana is saying. His hand is in his pocket. His jaw is clenched. Then he glances at me, and the second our eyes meet, something shifts. We're not in front of cameras, no contracts, no algorithms, but he sees me, and I don't know how to breathe.
Chapter 32. Joshua. The sun is high, the wine is flowing, and I'm sweating through a linen shirt while someone tries to tie a burlap sack around my thighs. This is what hell looks like. "There," says a very enthusiastic bridesmaid named Mandy, stepping back with a flourish. "Now you're all set for the couple sack race." I glance down. The sack is cinched tight at my waist, binding one of my legs to Brenda's. We are quite literally attached at the hip. Her thigh presses against mine in a way that suggests God has given up on pretending he wants me to behave. I glance at her. She's staring straight ahead, lips pursed, cheeks pink from sun and proximity. "You're enjoying this," I say under my breath. She tilts her head slightly. "Oh, immensely. It's not every day I get to strap myself to a billionaire and ruin his shoes." I look down again. My loafers are indeed ruined. Mud, grass stains, a suspicious purple smear that may or may not be jam. "You bribed someone to put us in this race." She smiles. "Lana did." I exhale slowly. "Of course." "All right, lovebirds." Hannah's voice rings out over the lawn like a Disney princess with a megaphone. "On your marks." Brenda adjusts the sack, leaning into me for balance. Her hand lands on my chest, flat, firm, and extremely unwelcome in its effectiveness. Her breath hits my jaw. I stop breathing entirely. "Don't fall," she murmurs, eyes glittering. "Don't tempt me." "3," someone shouts. "Why are we doing this?" I hiss. "Because I hate you," she says sweetly. "And also because I want to win." 2. She grabs my hand. I look down at our intertwined fingers. She's not smiling anymore. 1. We lurch forward. Chaos erupts. We bounce, no, stagger, down the lawn in a bizarre three-legged tango that would make Fred Astaire vomit. Brenda is yelling instructions. I'm trying not to fall on her. People are screaming encouragement from all sides. Halfway down the field, we find a rhythm. 1-2. 1-2. My arm wraps around her waist. Her hand slides up my side for balance. And suddenly it doesn't feel like a race. It feels like something much more dangerous. We hit the finish line just behind a couple dressed like farmers, who collapse in a tangle of overalls and Victoria's shrieking. Brenda is panting. I'm panting. Our faces are too close. She looks up at me, flushed and bright, eyes wide with laughter and something else. I want to kiss her, I almost do. Then Lana appears with a clipboard. "All right, lovebirds," she shouts. "Next up, couples charades, Joshua and Brenda, you're up first." Brenda groans. No, 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 no. I second that. "Oh, come on," Lana purrs, looping her arm through mine. "Let's see how well you two really know each other." The card is handed to me. I read it. My stomach drops. I hand it to Brenda. She blinks, then slowly turns to me. "You're going to act this out?" "No." "Yes." "I'm not miming Titanic dirty scene on a piano," I whisper through my teeth. "You signed up for love, Joshua. Fake love. Then fake it well." The group is watching. Phones are out and Hannah is filming. Brenda steps back and nods at me, smug and cruel and beautiful in the sunlight. I sigh, raise my arms, and begin miming what can only be described as a passionate ghost orgy in the middle of a vineyard. Brenda doubles over, laughing. The crowd roars. People are yelling guesses. Haunted prom night? Dirty dancing? Ghostbusters. I make the dramatic move of pressing one palm to an invisible foggy window and dragging it down. Brenda chokes. "Oh my God! Titanic dirty scene on a piano!" The group explodes. I drop my hands, exhale, and glare at her. She's crying with laughter. "You are evil," I mutter. "You're a better actor than you think." "Don't." I shake my head, gazing at her. "You wanted to drag your hand down that foggy window." I take a step closer. Her laughter fades slightly. "Brenda." She looks up at me, still breathless. "Don't tempt me with things I already want," I tell her, holding myself back with a thin thread of sanity. The moment stretches. Then someone yells, "Kiss, kiss, kiss." And the chant begins. "Kiss, kiss, kiss!" I wait for her to panic, to pull away. Instead, she leans in. Her hand cups my jaw, her lips brush mine. It's barely a kiss. Not even a kiss, really. Just heat. Just a whisper of what we could do if we were brave enough. She pulls back, her yes locked on mine. I can't hear the crowd anymore. I feel her burning, her skin heating up as she looks away. I can't stop myself, and I might regret my actions later. But not now. I grab her arm and she looks up at me in surprise. "Joshua?" she questions. I inhale deeply and pinch her chin, kissing her deep. She gasps and my mouth enters, urging her to return the kiss. For a heartbeat, I believe she'll push me away, but she fists my hair and drags me closer. The cheers and the noises, everyone else fades away. Now it's only us and our kiss.
Chapter 33. Brenda. My lips are still wet when he pulls away. The cheer from the crowd could knock over a barn. I hear it, dimly, like I'm underwater, but all I can actually register is the way his breath pants out against my cheek, the way his hands slide off my waist slowly, like he doesn't want to let go, like he might not. My fingers are still tangled in his hair, and I don't move, because if I do, I'll have to acknowledge what that was. Not a performance, not a play or something we did because Lana dared us, or because the crowd was chanting, or because we needed to sell this fake relationship one more time. That kiss was real. That kiss was nuclear. And I kissed him back. Joshua steps away first. Barely. Just enough for the air to slip between us and remind me that yes, I am still a separate human with a heart that is now beating in triple time and a mouth that may never recover. "Well," he says in a voice that's almost steady. That escalated. I blink up at him, dazed. "I hate you." "You say that," he says, eyes scanning mine, "but you taste like surrender." I swear to God, if he keeps speaking in sentences like that, I'm going to climb him like a ladder. "Okay," Hannah yells from somewhere behind me. That was theater. That was art. I'm naming my first child after this kiss. Call it mutual emotional breakdown, I mutter. Lana appears beside me like a demon in Dior. I'm so proud of you. You set me up. You kissed him like the fate of the world depended on it. I merely provided the scaffolding. I glare at her. She bats her lashes. Joshua, meanwhile, is being dragged into a conversation with the groom's brother, who is talking at him with the kind of enthusiasm that implies tequila and zero emotional boundaries. I try not to stare, but his lips are pinker now, swollen, and I can still feel them on mine. A hand touches my arm. Hannah, glittering, tipsy, too invested. Promise you'll stay for the dancing? I blink. What? The slow dancing, she says, eyes huge and hopeful. There's a string quartet and fairy lights, and it's all very Instagrammable. You and Joshua have to, please, for the aesthetic. She's in, Lana says. And that's how I find myself standing under a canopy of fairy lights, hours later, in a dress that hugs all the wrong places, and the exact right ones, pretending that my brain isn't still fried from a kiss that may or may not have rewired my central nervous system. The quartet plays something low and orchestral. Joshua stands across from me in a charcoal button-down, sleeves rolled to his forearms. He looks like sin and secrets and bad decisions I very much want to make. I wipe my palms on my dress. He holds out a hand. Shall we? You don't dance, I say. I'm adapting. I stare at him. He waits, so I step in. He wraps one arm around my waist, warm and certain. Takes my hand in his, firm but careful. Our bodies fit like they've done this before, like they were designed for it. We sway. I don't speak. Neither does he. But the silence is heavy. Every breath between us is laced with the memory of that kiss. Every slight shift, every fingertip grazing bare skin feels loaded. He leans in, lips brushing my ear. Are you going to pretend that didn't happen? I exhale, shaky. Which part? The kiss. The part where you kissed me in front of everyone like you'd been waiting your whole life? His hand tightens on my waist. You kissed me back. I lost my mind, I reply breathlessly. I want you to lose it again. I glance up at him. His eyes are dark, stormy. Heat coils in my belly. This is a wedding, I say, voice barely a whisper. People are watching. Let them. My thighs press together. His hand slides slightly lower. Just a fraction, but it's enough. Brenda, he says, voice rough. I need you to understand something. What? I want you. Not because of the performance, not because it sells, because I want you. I swallow hard. My fingers curl into his shirt. You can't say things like that. Why? Because I'll believe you, and that's unfair. He pulls me closer. My chest brushes his. You should. I inhale sharply. The quartet plays on and the crowd dances around us, but we are barely moving now, just standing, breathing, burning. And I know that if he follows me back to the cottage tonight, I won't stop him. There's no coming back from that.
Chapter 34. Joshua. The door closes behind us with a soft click, but the silence it leaves is louder than the roar of the crowd had been hours before. She doesn't move. Neither do I. Brenda stands in the middle of the room like she's trying to remember where her body ends and mine begins. Her dress is still rumpled from the dance, her cheeks still flushed from pretending nothing just happened in front of 100 people. But I saw the way her fingers trembled when she let go of my hand. I step closer. She doesn't step back. Instead, her lips part. Not with words, just breathing, unsteady and shallow. I reach out slowly, like touching her might detonate something I'm not sure either of us is ready for. But I touch her anyway, fingertips to her jaw. Her eyes flutter shut, and when they open again, I know whatever we've been doing, it's over. "What are we doing?" she whispers. Her voice is so soft it cracks in the middle. It's not playful, not sarcastic. It's afraid. I trail my thumb along her cheek, brushing the edge of her mouth. "I don't know," I say honestly, "but I don't want to stop." Her breath catches. That's all the invitation I need. I close the space between us, and the second our mouths meet again, the entire world tilts on its axis. This kiss isn't for an audience. It's not a viral moment or a clever PR maneuver. It's a confession, a surrender. 1,000 carefully hoarded emotions set on fire at once. She gasps against my mouth as my arms wrap around her, lifting her just slightly. Her hands slide into my hair, fisting the strands like she's trying to hold herself together. And maybe she is, because I am too. When we break apart, we're both shaking. I press my forehead to hers. "You don't have to pretend anymore." Her laugh is soft and breathless, almost wet. It's time. I lead her toward the bed, not hurriedly, not hungrily, just inevitably. She sits and I kneel in front of her, fingers brushing the straps of her dress from her shoulders. My hands pause, giving her time to stop me. She doesn't. Instead, she cups my face in both hands and looks at me like she's memorizing a version of me that only exists in this moment. "I didn't think you'd be like this," she says quietly. "Like what?" "Careful." I take her hands in mine and kiss the insides of both wrists. "With you, I have to be." The dress pools at her waist, revealing smooth skin and the soft, shaking breath of a woman who has spent so long building walls and is now watching them crumble. We lie back together, fully clothed now, but undone. Her fingers explore the scar on my wrist, the one no one's ever asked about without a contract involved. I let her trace it without flinching. "Was it an accident?" she asks, barely audible. "No. It was a choice, a stupid one. I thought pain was proof I was alive." She presses her lips to the spot and says nothing. Later, her laugh bursts out in the dark. "I always thought the first time I'd sleep with you, you'd be terrifying," she says. "Like spreadsheets and efficiency and some kind of pleasure algorithm." I snort. "There was a draft." She throws a pillow at me, but then she turns back, serious now. "I'm scared," she admits. I reach for her hand beneath the sheet and squeeze. "Me too." We don't talk after that. Not because there's nothing left to say, but because words are useless when her nails are digging into my back, when I'm throbbing against her thigh, when the only language left is yes and more and damn. We are quiet, but not silent. Her breath hitches as I drag my teeth down her neck, as my hands finally slide between her legs.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Then she collapses onto my chest, her lips brushing my collarbone in something almost like tenderness. Almost. Because when she lifts her head, her smile is pure sin. Round two? Damn, yes.
Chapter 35. Brenda. The morning light pours through the open window, brushing across the sheets in golden streaks, and I immediately roll away from it like a vampire. Everything is soft: the bed, the sheets, the air, him, Joshua. He's still here, breathing deeply beside me, one arm thrown casually over my waist like he forgot he's the most emotionally constipated man alive. I lie perfectly still. Maybe if I don't move, the day won't notice I'm awake. Maybe if I shut my eyes hard enough, I can undo last night. But then he stirs, not with the usual robotic precision of a man rebooting his daily routine. No, this is different. Slower, gentle. His fingers brush the curve of my hip like a thought he hasn't spoken yet. "You're awake," he murmurs, his voice still thick with sleep. I don't answer. I can't. If I open my mouth, I'm afraid I'll say something too real. Or worse, ask him to do it again. He leans closer, his lips brushing the back of my neck. My skin ignites on contact. He doesn't kiss me, just breathes there, like he knows, like he remembers everything. Damn it. "I made coffee," he says softly. "And there's fruit. I sliced it myself." I groan into the pillow. "You're trying to domesticate me." He chuckles, and it vibrates through my spine. "I'm trying to feed you," he says. "Last night was a lot. You need fuel." I whip the blanket over my face. "Oh my God, stop talking about it." He laughs again, and it's warm, not mocking, not smug, just Joshua, unfiltered, open, which is so much worse. By the time I'm dressed and dragging myself to the villa's outdoor brunch table, Joshua has already laid out a plate for me. A real plate. Sliced strawberries, fluffy scrambled eggs, toast with exactly the right amount of butter. I stare at it suspiciously. "You poisoned it." "No," he replies, sipping his coffee. "But I did hide the jam because you always overdo it." I hate you. You said that last night, too. I almost fling a grape at his stupid perfect face. Instead, I stuff it into my mouth, chewing aggressively, and do everything I can to avoid looking at the man I may or may not have made embarrassing noises for 8 hours ago. He pulls out my chair. Pulls out my damn chair. Like we're a couple. Like this is still a game we're playing, instead of a line we leapt over, somersaulted past, and are now staring back at like, wow, that was dumb, wasn't it? He hovers behind me until I sit, then pushes me in gently. I want to scream, or kiss him again, maybe both. "Morning, lovers," Lana sing-songs, sliding into the seat beside me with her sunglasses already in place and judgment practically radiating off her. I freeze. "Don't start," I warn. Her grin widens. "Oh, I'm not starting. I'm simply observing, noticing, sensing vibes." "There are no vibes." "Brenda, he just put a napkin on your lap." "So?" "He tucked it." I hurl a strawberry at her. She catches it midair and pops it into her mouth. "Okay, fine," she says, mouthful. "Then riddle me this. Why is he being all soft, like smiling at you with his eyes, soft? And why are you acting like someone who just realized her fictional marriage might have hidden benefits?" I swallow hard. Nothing happened. Her brows rise. "Uh-huh. And I didn't hear you moaning his name through the damn wall." I choke on my mimosa. She claps her hands delightedly. "Knew it." "I didn't confirm anything," I snap, wiping my chin with the cursed napkin. "You're just disgusting and need a hobby." "I have one. It's watching your fake marriage turned softcore romance play out in real time." "Oh, question." "No. Is he like good?" "Lana. Like surprisingly good? I've heard the silent ones are dangerous, like they sit quietly in meetings and then absolutely destroy you in bed." "I am not discussing this with you." "You just used the word to destroy, though, out loud." Go away. But I'm flushed and twitchy, and she's smirking because she knows. I try to focus on my toast. Joshua is at the other end of the patio now, talking to the groom and looking ridiculously relaxed for someone who spent the night wrecking my emotional equilibrium. He glances at me mid-conversation and smiles. Smiles, like he knows I'm watching. Like he wants me to. My stomach flips. "Whatever happened?" Lana murmurs. "You're wearing it on your face." I shove another bite into my mouth just to shut her up. The rest of the day is worse. He follows me, gently, respectfully, but constantly. When I help decorate the reception arch, he's there steadying the ladder. When I drop my bracelet, he picks it up before I can even blink. When I sneeze, he hands me a tissue. "Are you trying to smother me?" I finally snap as he hands me a bottle of water. He raises an eyebrow. "You haven't had a sip of anything in hours." "I don't need a babysitter." "No," he says calmly. "You need someone who gives a damn." I stare at him. And the worst part of all this is, I believe him. Tomorrow is the wedding. Tomorrow, all of this ends. We go home. Back to the penthouse. Back to the contracts. Back to pretending. This will be over. This is just the vibes messing with them. I comfort myself. But then I grimace because it's crap. Somehow the idea of pretending is the lie, not the act itself.
Chapter 36. Joshua. The room is quiet when I wake. No rustle of sheets from the other side of the bed. No faint humming of an off-key tune while she digs through her suitcase. No perfume clinging to the air like a memory I'm afraid to inhale too deeply. She's already gone. Again. I sit up, pressing the heels of my hands into my eyes, dragging them down my face like I can reset the last 24 hours. But her absence lingers like a ghost. It's in the way the pillow beside mine is still indented, the way the corner of the comforter is folded back with casual grace. She left quietly. That's the part that stings. Not dramatically, not loudly, not with a sarcastic quip or an eye roll. Quietly, because she's slipping. I get dressed with methodical efficiency, each button on my shirt a battle not to think about how her hands felt unfastening it the other night. I knot my tie, unknot it, knot it again, too tight. I rip it off and toss it on the bed. Breakfast is already underway on the villa's sun-drenched patio when I arrive. White tablecloths ripple in the breeze, champagne flutes clink, and laughter floats lazily through the air. Everything looks perfect, curated. Fake. And there she is. Standing with Lana near the mimosa station, head thrown back in laughter, one hand gesturing wildly like she's halfway into a ridiculous story. Her curls are piled on top of her head in a messy crown, her sundress flaring at the waist with each animated shift of her hips. She's radiant, effortlessly, dangerously. She doesn't look at me once. I cross the lawn slowly, every step too calculated. I don't want to startle her, don't want to make her bolt. "Good morning," I say, deliberately neutral. Brenda stiffens almost imperceptibly, just the slightest shift in her shoulders, but it's enough. Lana beams like a shark. "He lives." Brenda doesn't meet my eyes. "You're late." "I was tying my tie." She finally looks at me, and there's something unreadable in her expression. "You're not wearing one." "I gave up." She blinks, then smiles, brittle and too bright. "Shocking. Can we talk?" She turns back to the table. "I'm helping Lana with the seating cards." "I'll wait." There's a pause. A silent standoff. Then she shrugs. "Suit yourself." So I do. I sit beside her as she sorts through a chaotic pile of name tags, pretending this is normal. Pretending I don't feel the way her body tilts subtly away from mine. Like the magnetic pull that drew us together the other night has been reversed. She's pulling away. What's wrong? I ask finally, voice low enough only she can hear. Nothing. Brenda, not now. Her jaw clenches. It's Hannah's wedding day. She doesn't look at me again until she stands, brushing off imaginary lint from her dress. I'll see you at the ceremony, she says, already walking away. I watch her go, feeling the distance stretch like a chasm. I don't know what I did wrong. No, that's not true. I know exactly what I did. I let it happen. I let it mean something. Now she's trying to shove it back in the box. I spend the afternoon watching her flit from task to task. She's everywhere, adjusting flowers, organizing the bridal party, laughing with Hannah, whispering with Lana, and nowhere, all at once. I can't catch her. Every time I move toward her, she's already gone. Like a shadow slipping through my fingers. It shouldn't bother me this much, but it does. Because other night wasn't just screwing. She let me in. I tried taking care of her, catering to her, but now she's avoiding me again. She's shutting the door. By the time the sun begins to dip and guests start arriving for the ceremony, I've resigned myself to the fact that I won't get her alone. Not until later. If there is a later. But when I see her walking down the path toward the ceremony site, in a dress the color of burnished rose, her face serene, her eyes avoiding mine, something inside me snaps. It seems she's over-pretending. This isn't safe. This is her, slipping away. And if I don't do something soon, I'll lose her. Not from a fake relationship, not from a data breach, but because I didn't fight for her. Because I let her convince herself the other night was a mistake. And I can't let that happen. Not when I've finally figured out what love feels like. It feels like Brenda. Every chaotic, wild, illogical part of her. And losing her, I can't even imagine the devastation it will cost me.
Chapter 37. Brenda. The fairy lights strung across the vineyard sway gently in the evening breeze. The reception is already in full swing. Hannah is glowing, the groom is crying, and the band is crooning some painfully sweet Ed Sheeran song that makes every couple in the room try to slow dance like they weren't just arguing about a lost tie clip 2 hours ago. I'm clapping politely, smiling with just the right level of supportive bridesmaid and emotionally stable best friend. A masterclass in romantic indifference because I have a role to play. I have to pretend that the other night didn't happen, or at the very least, that it didn't mean anything. Joshua has been giving me space all day, which I thought I wanted, but now I feel twitchy, like my skin is aware of him even when he's halfway across the vineyard. And I know he's watching me. He always is. It's quiet for a beat while the band takes a water break, and Hannah, too much champagne, too much love, grabs the mic and starts gushing about her husband in a way that's giving Lana actual hives. I should be laughing. I should be rolling my eyes with my best friend. But I'm aware, hyper-aware, because Joshua has disappeared. And that's never a good thing. Then I hear it. A voice. Not the singer, not the band. It's rougher, deeper. Him. My head snaps up, just in time to see Joshua stepping onto the makeshift stage, standing in front of the mic like he belongs there. He doesn't. He absolutely does not. The DJ hands him an acoustic guitar. My stomach drops. Don't, I whisper under my breath. But he does. He starts playing, and I forget how to breathe. His voice is not perfect. It cracks slightly on the higher notes. He misses a chord and mutters something under his breath that makes the wedding guests chuckle softly. But the lyrics, they're simple. They're quiet. They're him. I don't understand love, but I remember your laugh. I don't trust chance, but I'd rewrite my math. I never believed in chaos until you made me hope it lasts. My eyes sting. Absolutely not. He's not doing this. Not here. Not in front of everyone. I want to scream. I want to run. I want to throw a chair. Instead, I sit perfectly still, cheeks burning, pretending I'm not on the verge of either sobbing or leaping up and strangling him with the mic cord. The crowd claps, cheers. Hannah is already sobbing into her napkin. Joshua puts the guitar down and makes his way straight toward me, dodging compliments like he's walking through a war zone. When he reaches me, I give him a brittle smile and stand. "You absolute menace," I hiss under my breath as I grab his arm and yank him toward the side of the reception area. He doesn't resist, doesn't say anything, just follows me like he knew this moment was inevitable. I drag him behind one of the larger grapevine arches, out of sight from the crowd, and whirl on him. "Are you trying to ruin me?" He looks calm, infuriatingly calm. "It wasn't for them." I cross my arms. "You think you can just serenade your way out of this?" "Did it work?" My jaw drops. "Joshua." He steps closer, eyes searching mine. "It wasn't a stunt." "Of course it was." I shoot back. "You wanted to show them how good we are at pretending how deep in this fake love story we've gone. Bravo. You got the standing ovation. What now? An encore? A coordinated tango under moonlight?" I meant every word. I blink. "Brenda." He's right in front of me now, hands in his pockets like he's holding himself back. "I'm not a romantic," he says. "You know that. I don't do speeches or grand gestures or guitars. But the other night happened, and I'm not going to let you pretend it didn't." I open my mouth, close it again, because I don't have the words to describe what I'm feeling right now. "You're terrified," he says softly. "So am I. But I'm done pretending I don't care, and I'm done letting you walk away from something that matters." I exhale, sharp and uneven. "I can't do this right now," I say. "Then deal with me later," he says, voice low and rough. "But you're not shutting me out, not shutting this down tonight, not after everything." I meet his eyes, and the sincerity there nearly undoes me. The crowd is calling for us. They think this is romantic. They think this is real. But only we know how dangerously close it is to being both. I swallow hard. "I will deal with you later." He nods. "I'm counting on it."
Chapter 38. Joshua. The night air is thick with laughter, champagne, and love. The vineyard glows under strands of golden lights, strung above dancing couples and glittering tables. Somewhere near the main tent, Brenda is laughing, too hard, too loud, for someone who's been dodging me like I'm contagious. I watch her from the edge of the terrace, hands in my pockets, jaw clenched. She's pretending like nothing happened between us, like last night didn't mean anything, like this whole engagement charade is just an easy performance she can slide in and out of without consequence. I should have expected this. Brenda Carter doesn't do subtle. When she's hurt, she covers it with flair. When she's scared, she covers it with noise. But me? I don't cover anything. I just tighten, contain, compress, until I break, like I'm about to. I'm barely listening to the man next to me. Liam, Hannah's cousin. He's on his third whiskey, fourth unnecessary opinion, and fifth comment too many about Brenda's performance as a fiancé. She's really selling it, though, Liam drawls, swirling the ice in his glass. The whole lovesick writer bit. Bet she even writes poetry in your bed. I blink. Not that I blame her. Girl's got fire. All that attitude has to go somewhere. Tell me, Graves, does she beg in paragraphs? I move before I think. My fist connects with his mouth with a sickening crunch. The music doesn't even stop, but the crowd does. Someone gasps. A tray crashes to the floor. Heads whip around as Liam stumbles back, clutching his jaw with both hands, stunned. I don't wait for the questions. I don't wait for Brenda to see. I just turn, slip behind the tent, and walk into the shadows. My heart is jackhammering against my ribs, my knuckles throbbing. But it's not the pain that gets me. It's the fury boiling beneath the surface. The helplessness. I haven't thrown a punch since I was 17. And that one was for sport. This one was for her. But I hear her footsteps before I see her. Joshua! Her voice slices the night like lightning. I spin around. She's coming toward me fast, heels clicking on the gravel, dress swishing around her legs like a storm cloud. What the hell did you just do? She demands, grabbing my arm and dragging me deeper into the vineyard, out of view. I don't answer. What were you thinking? She hisses, finally letting go. Do you have any idea how bad that looked? He insulted you. He's a drunk idiot. You could have walked away. I didn't want to. Well, you should have. Her voice cracks. Because now there are eyes on us, Joshua. Eyes that can't know this is fake. I wasn't thinking about the arrangement. Exactly! She explodes, eyes blazing. Because you weren't thinking at all. The silence that follows is deafening. She's breathing hard. So am I. This can't happen again, she says, lower now. Cold. You can't just lose control whenever someone says something you don't like. I flinch. You don't get to punch people on my behalf, Joshua. You don't get to defend me. He disrespected you. And you just made it worse, she snaps. Now people are going to ask questions about us, about why the stoic CEO suddenly went caveman over his fake lover. I swallow hard. She's right. But it still feels wrong. What he said, it wasn't just crude. It was designed to provoke, and he succeeded. He didn't just insult you, I say quietly. He reduced you to a show, a stereotype, and I couldn't let it slide. Her mouth trembles slightly, just for a second. Then it hardens. Don't try to romanticize this. That night between us, that was closure. That was a mistake I needed to make to move on. It didn't mean anything. I stiffen. It meant something to me. She looks away, then back. Fierce, unrelenting. Well, it didn't to me. The words hit harder than a punch ever could. I'm done, Joshua. Her voice is quieter now, but more lethal. This arrangement. 1 more month left, that's it. After that, we walk away and never have to pretend again. I never pretended with you. She steps back like I've struck her. Then she sets her jaw. Well, you should start. Because I'll be pretending from now on. Every smile, every glance, every word. I take a shaky breath. And then I nod. If that's what you want, I whisper. I'll stay out of your way. Her silence is agreement enough. I let her go this time. No resistance. No argument. Because what else can you do when the person you want most is begging you not to love them?
Chapter 39. Brenda. The penthouse is too quiet. Not serene, spa-like oasis quiet, Joshua's usual flavor of calm. No. This is the kind of silence that hums, a tension that presses against your skin like static before a storm. I toss my bag on the kitchen island and call out, Joshua? Nothing. Not even the sound of his obsessive air purifier that usually kicks on the second you breathe too loudly. I check the living room. Empty. Office? Empty. Gym? Pristine. Untouched. His water bottle hasn't moved in 3 days. I spin in a slow circle and stare at the high-gloss emptiness around me. He hasn't been home. 3 days. I haven't seen him since the vineyard, since I said those things. Since I looked into his eyes, full of heat and confusion and a terrifying kind of hope, and stomped all over it with every defense mechanism I had left. I'll be pretending from now on. God, I'm such an idiot. I told him I wanted distance. I told him to treat the arrangement like what it was, fake, but I didn't mean for him to disappear. I drop onto the couch and curl one leg beneath me, staring at the corner of the throw pillow he used to adjust every morning with absurd precision. Now it's crooked. And somehow that's worse than if everything were perfect. I've been replaying that night on a loop in my head, like a scene I'm trying to rewrite with every pass. Not the punch, not even that firestorm of a moment that started it all. But what happened before? The song, the look, the ridiculous, soft, real way he stood on that stage, like his bones might break, but he was still choosing to be brave for me. And I mocked him. I punished him for caring, for showing up. I pressed my palm to my forehead and groaned into the silence. "You're a disaster, Carter." The words I said. Maybe I was drunk. Maybe I was scared. But I meant some of it. And the part I didn't mean, that's the part eating me alive. Because now he's gone. And I don't know where he is or what he's doing. And to make it worse, I'm not worried about the engagement. I'm worried about him. I fumble for my phone, thumb shaking over Lana's contact like a guilty teenager calling her mom after a sleepover gone rogue. She picks up on the second ring. "I was wondering when you'd stop being a stubborn jackass." I blink. "That's how you answer the phone now?" "Only when I know it's you." "I need to see you." Her tone softens. "You know where I live." 35 minutes later, I'm sitting cross-legged on Lana's couch, nursing a glass of wine and a bruised conscience, while her cat tries to crawl into my bra. I told him to back off, I admit, tugging my robe closed. I told him we're just pretending, that it was a mistake, that it didn't mean anything. She doesn't say anything right away. Instead, she reaches over, steals my wine, and takes a slow sip. "Wow," she says finally. "You really committed to the self-sabotage bit." I panicked. "You exploded." "I was emotional and maybe a tiny bit tipsy," she adds. I drop my head into my hands. "He disappeared, Lana. He hasn't been home, not once. It's like he's punishing me by doing exactly what I asked." "Well," she swirls the wine. "You did ask. I know. And you were vicious." "I was." She studies me for a long beat, then says, "So what are you gonna do?" "I don't know." "That's not a plan." "It's all I've got." I throw my arms up. "I let him in, Lana. I let him in. And then he went to hurt me. Then he went and punched someone. Someone who insulted you." I freeze. "But that's not the point," I say quickly. "He overreacted. He defended you. It was reckless. It was human." I go quiet. Lana sets her wine down and leans in. "You're scared." "I'm not," I deny, shaking my head. She lifts a brow. "Okay, fine. I'm terrified, happy." "No, I'm sad." Her voice is softer now. Tired. "Because you keep choosing the exit before the story's over. You keep walking out in the middle of your own damn novel, Bren." "It's not that simple." "It is," she says. "You're running away, again." I shake my head, biting my lip. I don't know how to trust someone who makes me feel that much." She smiles sadly. "Because the last time you did, it broke you." My chest tightens. "You don't forgive that kind of thing easily," she continues. "I get it, but you know what's worse than getting hurt again?" I look up, gazing at her intently. "Regretting it when it's too late." I stare down at my wine glass. The condensation slides down my fingers. I don't say anything else. Because the truth is sitting in my throat like a stone. And I don't know how much longer I can pretend it's not there.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now, you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. Everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 40. Joshua. I've been on 4 red-eye flights in 2 days, consumed more espresso than is medically advisable, and slept a total of 6 hours since the wedding. Exactly how Brenda wanted it. Distance. Detachment. So I disappeared. I threw myself into Eve's recovery like a man possessed. Meetings, audits, beta rebuilds. The media is still frothing over the Vineyard Punch incident. But for the first time in my career, I don't care about my image. Let them talk. Let them wonder. Let them speculate why the emotionally constipated CEO of Eve Corp decked someone at a wedding. They'll never guess the truth anyway. Because the truth? She's not my fiancée. She's not my girlfriend. She's not even mine to want. But she haunts every corner of my mind, especially tonight. The Manhattan AI Summit buzzes with the kind of sterile excitement that used to thrill me. A room full of people trying to outcode each other into immortality. Suits, apps, endless jargon. And yet, the moment I walk into the grand ballroom, the scent of expensive perfume and the click of glass heels makes my pulse thrum. Not in anticipation, in dread. Because all I want is silence, and she's not giving it to me. Joshy? My entire body locks. Nobody calls me that. Not anymore. I turn toward the voice and freeze. There, standing in a silk champagne-colored sheath dress that flows like water around her, is a woman I haven't seen in over a decade. Stella Bellamy, my oldest friend, my once-upon-a-time piano duet partner, the girl who helped me sneak out of boarding school to watch the stars and steal cookies from the headmaster's office. The last person to see me cry before I turned emotions off like a light switch. Now she's standing here like no time has passed, except it has. She's older, elegant, still a wisp of a thing, all cheekbones and muscle and the kind of ballerina posture that makes other women straighten when she walks by. Stella? My voice cracks like I'm 14 again. The more I look at her, the more I remember how she cared for me. The 15-year-old Stella took me under her wing and treated me like a brother. Nothing has really changed between our relationship despite the years. She grins. Took you long enough to recognize me. I was about to break into a pirouette just to jog your memory. Before I can respond, she throws her arms around me and hugs me like we've never been apart. I blink, caught between disorientation and the most unexpected comfort I've felt in weeks. You're here, I say stupidly. Back from Paris for good, she says, stepping back with a wide smile. Retired from stage life, for now. I'm choreographing full-time. New company, new projects. And guess who's investing in the arts again? I blink. Me? She pats my chest. You don't worry, you'll remember when you check your assistant's overflowing inbox. A camera flash goes off. I flinch instinctively. Oh, she says, glancing over her shoulder. Right. The media's obsessed with you lately. Something about a wedding punch? And a fiancé? I go rigid. Her eyes search my face. She's not here? I exhale. She's not coming. She steps closer, lowering her voice. You okay? I stare past her for a beat, jaw tight. Then I shake my head. No! She links her arm through mine and starts leading me toward a quieter corner of the hall, away from the photographers. Talk to me. I don't. Not right away. She doesn't push, so I say it. All of it. The fake engagement, the arrangement, the fight, the vineyard, the punch, her walking away, my disappearing act. By the time I finish, she's staring at me with an unreadable expression. Wow, she says finally. You really are a mess. I almost laugh. That's one word for it. She lets out a sigh and squeezes my arm. You really like her? It's not a question. Yes, I say simply. And you're going to lose her? I already have. She studies me for a moment, then glances back toward the crowd. Okay, I'll help. I blink. What? I said I'll help. She pulls her phone out and starts typing. Clearly, you can't fix this alone. You're emotionally stunted. Your face is on every finance blog from here to Singapore, and your fake fiancé thinks you're the enemy. So I'm stepping in. Stepping in how? She smirks. Trust me. I've heard that before. It usually precedes disaster. Exactly, but at least it'll be interesting disaster. I stare at her, and then I nod. Because honestly, what could possibly make things worse?
Chapter 41. Brenda. I am trying to focus. Really, I am. There's a notebook open in front of me. My laptop is glowing with a blank Word document. My publisher, Judith, is saying something about promotional blurbs and cover font consistency for the paperback release of The Love Experiment. But all I can hear is the pounding of my own heartbeat in my ears. Because the second I opened Instagram, innocently, stupidly, naively, I saw them. Joshua Graves and her. A woman I've never seen before. Stunning in a way that makes your stomach twist. A silk-draped ballerina goddess with high cheekbones, long limbs, and her hand looped effortlessly through the crook of Joshua's arm like she's been there forever. And Joshua? He's smiling. Not in his usual polite, I'm tolerating human interaction kind of way. No, this smile is real. His eyes are soft, unarmored, familiar, and not for me. I stare at the photo like it's a betrayal I didn't sign up for, because technically I didn't. Technically, we're not even dating. Technically, we're not anything anymore. So why does it feel like I'm choking? Brenda, Judith raises an eyebrow. You with me? I blink, look up, force a brittle smile. Yep, totally, just processing. Processing what font you want. She deadpans. Exactly. Deeply existential font dilemmas. She gives me a look that says she doesn't believe me, but she's too busy to care. Call me when your existential crisis resolves, she mutters, packing her folders. And for the love of God, don't tweet anything emotional. Noted. She leaves. I exhale. Slump into the cafe bench like my bones have melted. I don't know how long I sit there, staring at that picture, but it's long enough for the cafe chair to start imprinting regret into my spine. Whoa, a voice says behind me. Is that your murder face or your I just saw my fake fiancé being charming with someone too attractive for Earth face? I don't even glance up. What do you think, Sherlock? Lana slides into the seat across from me, setting down her oat milk latte with the kind of dramatic flourish reserved for movie detectives. I'd say you're 5 minutes from hacking the IRS to find her shoe size. That woman is famous. She's a ballerina. She probably doesn't even have feet, just wings and pirouettes. Ah, you looked her up, she nods. Jealousy. I was right. It's not jealousy. I lie badly. It's observation. I'm concerned. Right. Because it's your civic duty to monitor all billionaire-turned-romantic suspect behavior. He vanished, Lana. I whisper, like admitting it too loudly will break something. For 3 days. I haven't seen him at the penthouse. I don't even know if he's sleeping there anymore. She raises an eyebrow. Maybe he's allergic to rejection. I didn't reject him. I argue, too fast. She stares. Okay. I rejected him, but only after we fell into each other's souls via face and body. More or less. She leans forward. Bryn, you gave him a no-return speech. Of course he ghosted. You shoved him out the door and locked it behind him. I was mad and scared. You also mentioned tipsy last time. And now, I look away, voice tight. Now I don't know how to open the door again. She doesn't respond right away. Instead, she takes a long sip of her drink, like she's buying time. When she sets it down, she's not teasing anymore. You know what I think? She says, tone quieter now. You're not afraid of getting hurt. You're afraid that this time, it might actually work, that it might not fall apart. And then what? You'll owe him a real version of yourself? I flinch. She leans back. Maybe the story isn't about whether you trust him. Maybe it's about whether you trust you. It lands harder than I expect. I reach for my cup and realize my hand is trembling. Lana grabs her coat and stands. You've got a choice, Brenda. You can sit here refreshing his photo like it's a stock drop. Or you can do something before that ballerina gets an encore. And with that, she walks out, leaving the scent of vanilla chai and a truth I didn't ask for behind her.
Chapter 42. Joshua. I'm sitting in my office reading through important files when Stella arrives like a storm. Stell? I ask, surprised and happy at the same time. Hey, yeah. She grins as she makes herself at home on my sofa, then pulls out a macaron box along with a cup of cappuccino from her plastic bag. She lounges, placing her items on the coffee table. I want to meet her, Stella says as she balances a dainty macaron on the rim of her cappuccino. Brenda. My fingers pause over the keys of my tablet. Why? She shrugs like she hasn't just lobbed a grenade into my already fragile week. Because I'm going to help you fix things, remember? You said that before. And you agreed. I agreed to let you try, not stage a full psychological operation. Potato. I narrow my eyes. Stella. Tonight, she interrupts. Dinner, just us three. I haven't even been home in days. Exactly, she says, smiling sweetly. Time to go back. I don't know what I expected, but it's not this. I unlock the penthouse door and step into silence. The living room lights are dimmed. The place smells faintly of garlic, and the air is thick with something charged. Hello, I call. Brenda steps out of the kitchen and stops. She's wearing one of her oversized sweaters, sleeves bunched at the elbows, curls piled on top of her head in a way that says she didn't expect company. Her expression is unreadable, but her spine straightens the second she sees Stella at my side. This is Stella, I say, suddenly aware of how close she's standing to me. Brenda doesn't move. Hi! Stella beams. Brenda, I've heard so much about you. She steps forward, elegant as always, and pulls Brenda into a hug before she can resist. Brenda stiffens like someone shoved her into a social experiment without consent. Hi, Brenda says again, gently detaching herself. Stella breezes past her into the living room. I love this space. It's so you, Joshua. Cold, minimalistic, emotionally repressed. Thanks, I mutter. Brenda watches the ballerina glide through the room like she owns it, her eyes flickering with something I can't place. Is she staying? She wanted to meet you, I say, awkward. Brenda nods once, then disappears back into the kitchen. I trail after her, drawn by something I can't name, and find her stirring a pot of... Is that... noodles? I made dinner, she says without looking at me. Before I knew we had company. Guilt claws at my throat. I ordered Thai. Of course you did. I didn't know you were cooking. You haven't exactly been home, she snaps, then stops herself, tone cooling immediately. Never mind. Do what you want. Stella walks in behind me. Oh, Noodles, how cozy. Brenda doesn't respond. We end up at the dining table. Me, Brenda, Stella, awkwardly seated like a terrible sitcom version of a love triangle. Stella helps herself to the takeout, humming as she spoons rice onto her plate like this is her home. Brenda sets a bowl of noodles in front of me without meeting my eyes. I'm about to thank her when Stella reaches over and drops a dumpling on my plate. There, she says brightly. He needs protein. Brenda's hand tightens on her fork. I reach for the noodles she made, but before I can take a bite, she slams her own fork onto the table with a sharp clatter. We all freeze. She stands abruptly. Excuse me, I'm suddenly not hungry. Brenda, I start, but she's already walking away. I'm going to rest, she tosses over her shoulder. The bedroom door clicks shut behind her. I sit there, staring at the untouched food in front of me, throat dry. Stella takes a slow sip of wine. So, I turn toward her, jaw tight. What just happened? She shrugs, all innocence. She's jealous. I blink. You did that on purpose. Her smile is infuriating. You're welcome. Stella. Sometimes, she says, standing and brushing invisible crumbs from her dress. A little push is exactly what love needs. I stare at her, stunned. Trust me, she says again. You'll see. We're not done yet.
Chapter 43. Brenda. I shouldn't care. That's the mantra I chant in my head like a cursed yoga affirmation. I shouldn't care. I shouldn't care. I really, truly, scientifically, contractually shouldn't give a damn. I'm lying in bed, back turned to the door, covers up to my neck like they're going to protect me from whatever's happening on the other side of the penthouse. But I can feel it. The silence. The charged, suspicious silence that makes the skin on my arms prickle and the back of my neck itch with invisible tension. No laughter, no footsteps, no clinking glasses, or awkward silences, just quiet. I sit up, slowly, as if the act alone might detonate something inside me. He hasn't come to check on me. Not that I wanted him to. I told him to stay away. I made that perfectly clear. But he didn't even knock. I drag myself out of bed with the grace of a zombie auditioning for Swan Lake and tiptoe down the hall. I stop outside his door just as I hear it. A laugh. Soft, warm, and familiar. My stomach drops. It's Stella. A breathy giggle echoes through the crack in the door, followed by a sound I can only describe as a very, very satisfied sigh. I stiffen. My hand tightens around the edge of the doorframe. My pulse is thunder in my ears. There's another sound. A moan, not subtle, and that's it. That's the last damn straw. I don't even hesitate. I shove the door open like I'm storming into battle. What the hell is going on? And I stop mid-scream because there, on Joshua's neatly made bed, sprawled like a smug little kitten, is Stella. Alone. Very much alone. Her legs are stretched across the duvet, one arm flung over her head, a silk robe hanging dramatically off her shoulder. And she's not moaning anymore. She's grinning, like the devil. Oh, she says brightly, blinking at me with wide-eyed innocence. You're faster than I expected. I open and close my mouth, soundless. Was that a rhetorical question or... She adds, tilting her head like this is a casual book club meeting and not the emotional crime scene of my spiraling sanity. What are you... I sputter, gesturing at the bed like it's evidence. You said his name. What were you doing? Stretching. I blink. Stretching? She slides upright in one graceful movement. Back tension. I've had worse from point shoes, but your dramatic entrance helped. I cross my arms. indignation giving me a bit more backbone. You said his name? You moaned his name? I did, she agrees, completely unrepentant. And what an interesting reaction I got. I scoff. That doesn't prove anything. She steps closer, smiles sharp like a cat that knows it just knocked over your favorite vase. No, you burst into the room like a woman ready to stab someone with a fork. I thought, look, it's none of my business. Isn't it? I freeze. She moves closer, tilting her head just enough to read my expression, like it's sheet music. You know, I've known Joshua a long time. Seen him when he was a child. Heck, he still has snot back then. He's never looked at anyone like he looks at you. Please, I laugh awkwardly. We're just pretending. That's funny, she murmurs. Because the fire in your eyes, when you thought we were together, that wasn't fake. I look away. Brenda. She says it gently, carefully, like she knows this is where it hurts. I've been where you are, standing in a room full of love I thought I didn't deserve, running from it because I was terrified of losing it, so I didn't even try to keep it. I frown. What do you mean? She exhales and sits at the edge of the bed, suddenly smaller, softer. His name was Luca. We met in Italy during a performance. He was charming and chaotic and absolutely terrible for my schedule. I loved him. But I kept putting off everything real for my career. I told myself we had time, that I could fix things later. My heart aches at the tenderness in her voice. We argued the last time we spoke. I told him I'd call. I didn't. A week later, he was gone. Car crash in Madrid. And just like that, every tomorrow I thought I had with him evaporated. I swallow hard. She lifts her gaze to mine, eyes shimmering but steady. So trust me when I say this. You still have time, but only if you use it. I feel something cracking deep inside me, something old, something I've spent a long time patching up with sarcasm and denial. I don't know how to fix this, I whisper. I've said things I can't take back. Then say something new, she says. Say the truth. I'm not sure I know what that is. You do. Her voice is soft. You just haven't said it out loud yet. I press my hand to my chest, willing my pulse to slow. Stella stands and hugs me, unexpectedly, warmly. Talk to him, she says in my ear, before you can't. She heads toward the door, graceful and quiet as ever. Stella, I say, turning around to stop her, heart hammering. But she's already gone. And in her place, Joshua, leaning against the doorframe, phone still in hand, gaze locked on mine. Frozen, and very much there.
Chapter 44. Joshua. She freezes when she sees me, standing there, phone still clutched in my hand like an idiot, trying to breathe around the tidal wave crashing through my chest. Brenda's wide eyes meet mine across the room. She's still mid-turn from calling out for Stella, who, unsurprisingly, had just given me the most suspicious side hug of all time and ghosted down the hall like a fairy godmother with a criminal record. I hadn't even finished my call before I caught the tail end of the setup. The open bedroom door. Brenda standing inside, her voice rising, her face flushed, her hands curled into fists. And now? Now she's caught. I don't speak. Neither does she. She looks like she might combust on the spot. Her mouth opens, then closes. Her shoulders are taut, like she's bracing for me to say something cutting. Something cold. Something Joshua Graves. But for once, I don't want to be that man. Don't move, I say quietly, dropping my phone on the hallway table. Her eyes narrow. Excuse me. I step into the room. I mean it. Don't move. Just stay. I don't know why I say it. Maybe because I'm afraid if she leaves, this fragile moment between us will shatter completely. Maybe because I'm so used to everything leaving, people, promises, feelings, that I've forgotten what it means to ask someone to stay. She hesitates, which is already more than I deserve. I run a hand through my hair, trying to collect the hurricane inside me. You thought I was in here with Stella. Her arms fold across her chest like a shield. So? My lips twitch. You burst in like a woman ready to stab me with a candle holder. I didn't have a weapon, she mutters. That you know of, I say mildly. Her eyes narrow further like I've just dared her to improvise one. Why would I care? She snaps. You can sleep with whoever you want. Something about that sentence lands wrong in my chest. Sharp. Twisted. But I school my face. Stella was never the plan. Brenda snorts. You've been around her a lot for someone without a plan. She's trying to help. With what? With you. I rub the back of my neck. Us. Her eyes go round with disbelief, as if I've just admitted to hiring a romance therapist in stilettos. Joshua, she says, her voice trembling with equal parts confusion and fury. What is this? I want to answer her. God, I want to answer that so badly. Instead, I walk past her and sit down on the bed. Her eyes follow me, cautious and calculating. She doesn't come closer, but she doesn't leave either. Small miracles. I didn't mean to hurt you, I say. That night at the wedding. The punch. I wasn't thinking. I've never wanted to hit someone more in my life, and I've never regretted something faster. Her jaw tightens. I meant what I said when I told you I'd give you space. But every second of it felt like walking away from oxygen. I'd wake up and look for you in rooms you weren't in. Brenda swallows. I watched the way her fingers trembled just slightly at her side. She's trying to look unaffected, but her walls aren't as impenetrable as she thinks. You asked me what this is, I say, my voice quieter now. I don't have a neat answer. But I know it doesn't feel fake anymore. It was never fake for me from the start. I didn't mean to deceive you, but I liked you for a very long time since that moment you made that article about Eve. I've been watching you for almost a year before you even registered to the beta testing. I admit it to her. I don't want any lies between us. She looks shocked and shaken. She lets out a shaky breath. You've been stalking me? She asks in disbelief. Not exactly, I reply softly, shrugging my shoulders. I was studying you, and then it turns to just wanting to see you on the internet. I read all your books and your blogs. I like you, in fact, I love you. Her breath hitches and her pupils dilate as she rebuts. You're just saying that because you're used to controlling the outcome. You're the algorithm guy, remember? You think if you say the right words in the right order, you'll get the result you want. Also, you stalked me. I flinch, explaining, I didn't really mean to deceive you or approach you in any way if you didn't register in Eve. I'm so sorry, I was stupid and desperate to know you. She sees it. Her expression wavers. That's not fair, I say quietly. No, she agrees. It's not. We fall into silence again. Not cold this time, just thick, charged like the moment before a thunderclap. She takes a step closer. I notice everything about her. The wrinkle in her forehead, the little glimmer in her lip gloss, the way her curls are pinned haphazardly, like she gave up halfway through and said, screw it. She's the most chaotic, beautiful disaster I've ever seen. I didn't want to feel this way, she says softly. I nod. Me either. Her gaze flicks to the window. So what do we do? I stand. Her eyes snap to mine as I cross the space between us. I stop just inches from her, close enough to smell the faint hint of vanilla on her skin. Brenda? She looks up. My voice drops to a whisper. If you don't want this, if you don't feel it, tell me now, and I'll back off. I'll give you the space, the silence, the nothing you asked for. Her lips part. But if there's even one part of you, I say, that wants this, even a little, tell me to stay. The silence stretches. She breathes in and doesn't tell me to leave. Instead, she whispers, "You don't fight fair." "No," I murmur, stepping closer. "I don't." Her breath catches, and she closes the distance between us. And the world tilts as she kisses me.
Chapter 45. Brenda. His lips are warm. That's the first thought I have when everything else fades. Not logical, not poetic, just warm. Soft and urgent all at once, like he's been holding this back for far too long. Like he's afraid to push too hard, but terrified to pull away. It's terrifying how quickly I fall into it, how fast I forget to breathe. My fingers are in his hair before I realize they've moved, pulling him closer with a desperation I didn't know I had until right now. And Joshua, he makes a sound low in his throat, like I've just undone something inside him. A locked vault cracked open with one kiss. No rules, no logic, no perfectly timed variables. Just this. His hand cups the side of my face like I'm something fragile, something holy, but I'm not. I'm breaking in his arms and rebuilding all at once. I've spent so long pretending I didn't care, didn't feel, only to realize I've been full of him for months. This stubborn, infuriating, brilliant man, who once called love a statistical anomaly, now touches me like I'm the one constant in a chaotic world. And I let him. He pulls back only an inch, just enough to meet my gaze. "Are you sure?" he whispers, voice frayed at the edges. There's no calculation in his eyes now, no steel, just storm. I nod barely, but it's enough. I'm done pretending, Joshua. He exhales like I've just disarmed a bomb. We don't speak, there are no words big enough for what's happening between us. Not the sarcastic banter we used to cling to, not the barbed wit or journalistic observations. Just quiet, electric stillness. He watches me as I step backward toward the bed, my fingers slowly unbuttoning the loose cardigan I had thrown on in haste earlier. I pause. This doesn't have to mean. It already does, he says, voice rough. It always did. My heart thunders so loud I swear he can hear it. I sit on the edge of the bed. He follows, but slower, like he's scared to wake a dream. I reach for his hand again. It's shaking. This man, this perfectly groomed, algorithm-obsessed, emotionally constipated man, is trembling. So I pull him down gently beside me, and we lie there for a moment in the space between things, between logic and chaos, between fear and hope. I'm scared, I whisper. It slips out before I can censor it. Joshua turns onto his side, facing me. Of what? I smile weakly. That I'll fall in love with you for real, and you'll forget how. His brow furrows, and then he brushes a strand of hair from my face with the barest touch of his fingers. I don't think I ever knew how, but I remember everything when I'm with you. It isn't a perfect line. It's clumsy, unpolished. It's real. I kiss him again, harder this time, my teeth catching his lower lip in a way that makes him groan. I need him, his weight, his heat, the proof of his arousal already hard against my thigh. I arch into him, and his hands slide down my body like he's mapping a territory he's been denied for too long. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. For a heartbeat, neither of us moves. Then his lips brush my temple, tender despite the carnage of our bodies. Ruined, he murmurs. Long before tonight. I smile against his sweat-slick skin. Prove it again. His laugh is dark, promising. Greedy little thing. I don't know how long we lie there afterward, tangled in each other, hearts racing, then slowly sinking into something calmer. His hand is curled around my hip like he's afraid I'll vanish. I trace a line along his collarbone, watching him breathe. It's the first time I've seen him this still, like the code inside him has stopped running, like he's finally found a place to power down. You always this poetic after getting laid? He murmurs without opening his eyes. I snort. Only with men who cry during Pixar movies. His mouth twitches. I told you Inside Out was a scientific masterpiece. You sobbed when Bing Bong disappeared. He opens one eye. And if you didn't, you're a monster. We both laugh quietly, and the warmth spreads between us again, this time slower, deeper. Then silence settles once more. But it's not uncomfortable. It's the silence of people who no longer need to fill the space. After a long moment, Joshua turns onto his back, staring at the ceiling like it holds the answer to a question he hasn't dared ask. I was terrified, he says softly. I glance at him. Of what? That I'd fall for you before I could figure out how to stop myself. I press my palm to his chest right over his heart. It's beating fast again. You don't have to stop, I whisper. You just have to choose it. He looks at me, and I know. There's no going back from this, no rewinding the timeline. We're past the algorithm now, beyond the simulation. This isn't about compatibility scores or calculated risks. It's about two broken people finally breaking open in the same place. I don't want to run anymore. Chapter 46. Brenda. 1 month later. You'd think freedom would feel like champagne and fireworks, like the closing credits of a rom-com where the couple parts ways amicably, then lives happily ever after, separately. But this feels a lot like home. The contract officially expired at 12:01 a.m. today. At 12:02, Joshua looked me dead in the eyes from across our now shared kitchen island, tore the paper copy of our fake relationship agreement in half, because of course he printed it on archival grade paper and said, "There, it's over." Except it didn't feel over. Not in the ominous way. More like we had finally dropped the curtain on a long, awkward stage play and were standing in the quiet after, still holding hands, blinking into the light. No expectations, no rules, just us. And honestly, it's never felt more terrifying or more real. So when he told me to be ready by 7 tonight, and to wear something pretty, preferably not with cookie dough stains on it, I should have known something was up. The man plans with the intensity of a bomb squad technician. He doesn't do spontaneous. And yet here I am, lipstick on, hair curled, standing in the middle of our living room, staring at the garment bag he left on the bed like it's a map to Narnia. Inside, a dress. Not just any dress. Silk, deep wine red. Cut perfectly to fit me. Not a hypothetical model or some algorithm's dream girl, but me. Curvy, chaotic, soft all over Brenda. There's a note pinned to the hanger. In his blocky, painfully neat handwriting. I hope this doesn't qualify as coercion. You always said you wanted a reason to wear red. J. My heart does something embarrassing in my chest, like a glitter cannon went off inside my ribcage. By the time I'm zipped up, heels on, and standing in the foyer like I'm about to accept a damn Oscar, he appears. And he stops walking, just stands there, frozen in place. His eyes roam from my curled hair down to the dress, lingering at my waist, my hips, my everything, slowly, reverently, as if he can't quite believe it. He clears his throat, visibly swallowing. You look, I raise an eyebrow, hands on my hips. If you say statistically appealing, I will throw my shoe at your face. His mouth twitches. I was going to say devastatingly beautiful, actually. That stops me short. Oh, I breathe, suddenly stupidly shy. He steps forward, adjusting the lapel of his obsidian black suit. Come with me? Where are we going? He offers his hand. Someplace that doesn't require algorithms. The car ride is quiet, not uncomfortable, just humming with that low, golden kind of anticipation. I try not to stare at him too much, but it's hard. He's unusually quiet, and that tuxedo is doing criminal things to my self-control. When we finally stop, I blink out the window. It's not a restaurant, not a rooftop bar or some soulless luxury hotel suite. It's the first bookstore we ever visited together, the one I dragged him into during our fake-not-fake relationship, babbling about character arcs and cinnamon roll heroes while he muttered about paper allergies. Only now it's transformed. Twinkling string lights hang from the ceiling. Rows of bookshelves are wrapped in soft garlands, like a literary wedding aisle. There's a table set for two in the center, surrounded by floating candles and glass domes, fairy lights woven around the spines of worn romance novels. Music plays softly from an old record player in the corner. Etta James, if I'm not mistaken. I'm speechless, which frankly is an unprecedented event in the Brenda Carter universe. I thought it was fitting, Joshua says beside me, his voice low. You love books. I love you. I whip around to look at him. His jaw flexes, but he doesn't look away. You said once that romance is about the little things, he says, hands in his pockets. And I always thought the big gestures were more efficient. But then I watched you cry over a secondhand poetry book because someone had underlined your favorite passage. And I realized love isn't about efficiency. He steps closer. It's about impact. I let out a shaky breath. Joshua, I'm still learning, he says quietly. Still figuring out how to say things without buffering, but I knew I had to get this part right. He drops to one knee, and the entire world stops. I cover my mouth with my hands. Tears prick at the corners of my eyes before I can even process what's happening. My chest is one big ache, the good kind. The kind that says you've waited your whole life for something and somehow, against all odds, it showed up. From his pocket, he pulls out a velvet box, opens it. Inside, a ring that's stunning and simple and utterly me. A small vintage-cut diamond in a delicate rose gold band with the faintest heart-shaped setting detail hidden beneath the stone. Not flashy, not algorithm approved. Chosen. Brenda Carter, he says, voice low and shaking just a little. You taught me to stop calculating and start feeling. You challenged everything I believed and still somehow made me better. So here's my final hypothesis, my leap of faith. He looks up at me, vulnerable and sure. I don't want a fake relationship. I don't want a 2-month relationship. I want you, for as long as you'll have me. Will you marry me? The tears fall before I can stop them. My knees feel like jelly. My heart is screaming yes, but the words get stuck in my throat because I've never felt so full, so seen, so loved. I nod furiously, then drop to my knees in front of him, cupping his face in my hands as I whisper through the tears. Yes. God, yes. And then we're kissing again, not like the first kiss, Not like the desperate, confused middle ones. This kiss is different. It's an answer. It's a choice. It's the kind of kiss that means contracts are shredded. Algorithms are destroyed, and two people who should have never fit on paper have found their own formula. One made of chaos and logic, of trust and forgiveness, of love. Real, human, beautiful love.
Chapter 47. Joshua, 4 months later. I have never sweat this much in my entire life. Not during product launches. Not during live press conferences where I had to justify Eve's logic to a room full of investors. Not even when I matched myself with the one woman capable of dismantling my emotional firewalls and then blog about it in real time. Nope. This takes the cake, which, ironically, is sitting 5 feet away on a table decorated with flowers I can't pronounce, and frosting that smells like nostalgia and financial irresponsibility. I shift my weight from foot to foot at the altar, resisting the urge to tug at my collar like a man on trial. I shouldn't be nervous. I love her. She said yes. We literally practiced our vows in the kitchen last night while eating cereal in our pajamas. And yet, the moment the music swells and every guest turns toward the aisle, I forget how to breathe. There she is, Brenda Carter, walking toward me like a goddess who took one look at Olympus and said, "Nah, I've got bigger plans." Her dress is something out of a dream, soft, glowy fabric that hugs her in all the right places and flows like poetry behind her. Her curls are pinned back with tiny pearl clips, but a few coils have already rebelled, framing her face like punctuation marks. She's glowing, and she's mine. When our eyes lock, she smiles, and I swear the ground tilts under me. Lana, her best friend and probably my fiercest non-parental critic, is already tearing up 2 rows behind her. Stella, looking radiant and smug in a backless emerald dress, gives me a thumbs up like she orchestrated this whole thing, which, let's be honest, she kinda did. Brenda's dad offers her arm with a kiss on the cheek and a whispered joke. I can tell because she laughs, even with tears brimming in her lashes. She steps up beside me. Her fingers find mine instinctively. "You okay?" she whispers, voice husky with emotion. "Statistically, no," I say, and she giggles through her sniffles. But I hold on, because I've never been more certain of anything. The officiant, who is, weirdly enough, the barista from Brenda's favorite coffee shop, long story, clears his throat with the solemnity of a man about to preside over the romantic event of the century. "We're gathered here today to witness the union of 2 people who, if we're being honest, had no business falling in love," he begins. "And yet, here they are, against all odds, all spreadsheets, all emotionally avoidant tendencies, all blog posts." Laughter ripples through the crowd. Brenda grins at me. I squeeze her hand. "And then it's time for my vows." You'd think I'd write them in code, or design a slide deck, maybe whip up an algorithm that calculated emotional resonance and linguistic impact. But instead, I reach into my suit pocket, unfold a small handwritten note, and exhale. "Hi, I'm Joshua, and I'm still not great at this." More laughter, this time gentler. I glance at Brenda, who's beaming through the tears like a star that finally found its gravity. I used to think love was a variable, something predictable, a pattern I could study and manipulate. I believed that if I just optimized enough, calculated hard enough, I could make it work. I pause, heart thudding against my ribs like it's trying to get to her first. But then you came along. You messy, brilliant, chaotic romantic, you. You didn't follow any formula. You asked questions I didn't have answers to. You cried during thunderstorms and doodled hearts in the margins of your notes and made me listen to jazz music I still don't understand. A chuckle from the guests. Brenda bites her lip, fighting a smile. And somewhere between you writing a scathing blog about Eve and moving into my sterile penthouse, I fell. Not logically, not predictably, but completely, Helplessly, I look her in the eyes. I don't love you because we're compatible. I love you because you challenge me, because you make me laugh when I want to sulk, because you see the parts of me I never thought were lovable and love me anyway. My voice wavers, but I keep going. So, today, I don't promise you perfection. I promise you presence. I promise to show up, to listen, to fight fair, to dance terribly in the kitchen, to read your drafts and always say the naughty scenes are steamy, even when I'm blushing. The crowd erupts in laughter again, and Brenda is full-on crying now, a tissue balled in her fist. I promise to love you in ways I haven't even figured out yet, because I don't know what the next algorithm is. But I know the answer will always be you. She lets out a soft, "Oh my God," and wipes her eyes. Lana sobs audibly from the second row. Stella fans herself dramatically. Then it's Brenda's turn. Her vows are messy and unfiltered and full of glittering, hilarious, painfully honest moments. She roasts me for thinking peanut butter belongs in smoothies. She confesses that she knew she loved me the first time I cooked for her in my penthouse. She says I'm the weirdest, most exasperating, most frustratingly handsome man she's ever met, and also the best thing that's ever happened to her. The time she finishes, we're both crying. The efficient smiles closing the book in his hands. I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the... I don't wait. I pull her close and we kiss hard and slow and full of every impossible thing that brought us here. The fake relationship, the betrayals, the late-night confessions and public scandals, and the moment I realized love couldn't be programmed after all. She sighs against my lips like we just crossed a finish line and found heaven on the other side. The guests cheer. Someone pops champagne. I'm pretty sure Lana yells, "Finally!" But all I hear is her laugh, her breath, her whisper against my jaw. You really didn't fight fair. I grin against her temple. I never will. And as we walk down the aisle hand in hand, hearts wide open, I realize this is the only experiment I never want to end.
Chapter 48. Brenda. The sound of the door clicking shut behind us feels like a spell breaking. For hours, we've been the public version of ourselves, beaming newlyweds, posing for photos, clinking glasses, laughing at toast after toast, while Lana roasted Joshua's robotic breakfast routine, and Stella told the story of how I once mistook a smart home speaker for an actual person named Eve. We danced until my heels broke, until the curls in my hair rebelled completely, until Joshua whispered against my ear that he couldn't wait one more second to have me all to himself. Now we're alone, and it's quiet. The hotel suite is drenched in soft golden light, flickering from candles someone lit before we arrived. Rose petals are scattered across the bed, like something out of a movie probably Stella's doing, and there's a bottle of champagne on ice next to a tray of chocolate-covered strawberries that look suspiciously curated. But I don't see any of it. All I see is him. Joshua stands in the center of the room, staring at me like I've just unraveled the entire universe, and he's afraid if he blinks, I'll disappear. And I get it, because I feel the same way. We're still in our wedding clothes, my gown trailing behind me like a sigh. His tux jacket slung over a chair, tie undone at the collar. There's something reverent about the way he looks at me now. Not like a man about to peel away layers of satin and lace, but like he's standing at the edge of something sacred. I swallow. My throat is thick with emotion. "You okay?" I ask softly. He nods, but then he walks toward me with slow, deliberate steps, like he's approaching something fragile and precious. And when he finally speaks, his voice is low, raw. "I'm not afraid of love anymore." The words knock the wind out of me. He lifts his hand, brushing his knuckles down the side of my face. "Not when it looks like you." I don't speak. I just lean in. Our lips meet, and it's nothing like the first kiss, or the desperate ones. or even the joyful one we shared after saying our vows. This kiss is different. It's steady. Sure, it's the kiss of a man who's chosen me not because of an algorithm, not because of some grand experiment, but because he wants to. Because I'm chaos, and he's control. And somewhere in the middle, we found us. When his hands slide to my waist, I don't shiver from nerves this time. I melt. He lifts me effortlessly, carrying me to the bed like I'm weightless, and I giggle into his mouth. "You've been working out again," I murmur. "Bridal suit motivation," he breathes against my neck. "Also, you keep baking cookies at midnight, and someone has to eat them." I laugh, wrapping my arms around him as he lays me gently down. The laughter fades as he looks at me. And I mean looks. Not like I'm something to be unwrapped, but like I'm something he wants to remember. His fingers move with unhurried care, trailing over every inch of skin like a prayer. The way he undresses me is less like seduction and more like devotion. My breath stutters as he kisses the curve of my shoulder, the hollow beneath my throat, the beauty mark by my lip. He memorizes me, not with data points, not with observations, with reverence. By the time I pull him to me, his body warm and solid against mine, I'm already trembling, but not from fear, from love. This isn't a first time, not really. But in some ways, it feels like one, because this time there's no pretending, no contracts, no waiting for the other shoe to drop. Just truth, bare and beautiful and terrifying. "I love you," I whisper. His eyes meet mine, and something in them cracks open. That guarded place he's always protected, he lets me in. "I love you more," he says, voice husky. And not in the predictable way, not in the safe way. I love you in the messy, inconvenient, couldn't untangle myself if I tried kind of way. I pull him closer, lips brushing his jaw. "Promise?" He kisses me slowly, thoroughly, like he's carving the vow into my soul. Forever. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. He collapses over me, sweaty and spent, and drags me against him like he's terrified I'll vanish. But I don't. I stay, tangled in his arms, his cum still dripping between my thighs. I feel what every love story always promised but never delivered. Home.
Chapter 49. Joshua. 3 years later. It's happening. It's actually happening. I, Joshua Graves, man of order, planner of 5-year strategies, builder of predictive love algorithms and breakfast spreadsheets. I'm currently losing my entire mind in a hospital parking lot because my very pregnant wife just announced mid-bite of a pickle ice cream sandwich that her water broke. And not in a calm, sitcom fade to black kind of way. In a very real, Joshua, I swear to God this isn't a drill kind of way, which, to be fair, I deserved. I did suggest that maybe it was just enthusiastic bladder activity, because science and physics and hope. But no, the baby is coming. Now. My palms are sweating as I fumble with the car keys. Why do they make buttons so small? Why does unlock feel the same as panic mode, which ironically is also my current setting? Brenda's voice slices through the chaos, sharp and furious from the passenger seat. Joshua, if you don't get me out of this car in the next 12 seconds, I'm going to birth this child on your Tesla's leather interior, and then make you name her Elinette. That snaps me out of it. I launch myself around the front of the car, yanking her door open like I'm defusing a bomb. She's panting, sweat beading on her forehead, cheeks flushed a beautiful, terrifying shade of rage. And I love her so much I might combust. I got you, I say, offering my hand. She slaps it away. I'm not made of glass, I'm made of rage and uterine contractions. Right, I nod, grabbing the go bag with one hand and supporting her with the other as we shuffle limp toward the entrance like some deranged three-legged race team. I've faced investors, algorithms, competitive espionage, and one time a very judgmental therapist. Nothing prepared me for labor, Brenda. Did you bring the playlist? She growls, halfway through a contraction as we stagger through the sliding doors. What playlist? She narrows her eyes. The birth playlist. I made it 3 months ago. It's titled Push It Real Good. Oh no. I thought that was a joke. Brenda inhales sharply. You deleted my birth soundtrack? I thought it was a meme folder. You deleted Salt and Pepper in my hour of need. I go pale. I have backup speakers. I'll recreate it on Spotify. She moans in pain as a nurse rushes over with a wheelchair. Forget it. Just get this baby out before I start freestyle rapping out of spite. An hour later, we're in a delivery room that smells like antiseptic and destiny. Brenda is gripping my hand like she's trying to extract my soul. Her curls are wild, her hospital gown askew, and her lips are moving in what I think is Latin, but might just be angry poetry. Remind me, she gasps, why we didn't just get another dog. Because dogs can't draw us stick-figure family portraits with googly eyes. I could draw that with my non-torn body. You're doing amazing, I say, even as she throws a damp towel at my head. Don't patronize me with your calm voice, Graves. Yes, ma'am. The doctor is calm, the nurses are focused, and I'm approximately one mild panic attack away from offering the baby stock options just to make it out alive. Then something shifts. The room goes quiet in that tense, sacred way. Brenda pushes. I count. The doctor gives instructions in that measured, soothing tone that somehow keeps us both tethered to earth. And suddenly a sound. A cry, high, sharp, impossibly small, and unimaginably powerful. Our baby. The room blurs. I feel Brenda's fingers go slack in mine, her chest rising and falling in exhausted relief. The doctor is speaking, the nurses are moving, but I only see her, and the tiny, squirming, impossibly perfect human they place on her chest. Brenda is crying. I am too. And when our daughter grips one of Brenda's fingers with the tiniest fist I've ever seen, my entire heart folds in on itself. Brenda looks up at me through tear-lined lashes. Joshua? Yeah? My voice is wrecked. She has your ears. I blink. Really? She nods. And my appetite, if those screams are any indication. I laugh, breathless and aching in the best way. She's perfect. Brenda strokes the baby's cheek, soft and trembling. What do we name her? I already know. June, I whisper. For the first month I ever loved someone before they loved me back. Brenda's face crumbles. Oh God, you romantic android. Better than Elinette. She sobs and laughs at the same time, then leans into me. And in that tiny room surrounded by beeping monitors and exhausted joy, and the faint, tinny hum of a salt and pepper cover from a nurse's phone, we become a family. A real one. No algorithms, no contracts, just love. Messy, loud, unfiltered, perfect.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.